Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's edition of Victory Never Sleeps. We had to change it up on you guys a little bit tonight. Our regularly scheduled episode was going to be Michigan folk builder Chris Savage talking to us about our Gothic heroes and their very important struggle against Christianity. I was very excited for that episode, and we will bring that to you down the road. We want to find exactly when we can, but for the best of reasons. So we want to congratulate folk builder Chris Savage and his lovely wife on the birth of their daughter. So they're getting acquainted with and getting settled in with their new daughter right now. She is about a day old. So instead, you're going to have to settle with me and Svan tonight. We were planning on doing this next week, but tonight we're going to conclude our 7-part series on the Völsunga Saga. Taking a little bit longer than I thought it was going to, but I think it has sparked really interesting conversation and really interesting discussion. The topics that have come up during it, I think, have been really good, and I've certainly had a great time doing it. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. But we will move on and go back into the Eddas here. The next time we have Svan on, again, we're going to have to figure out our lineup for upcoming shows a little bit. So we'll let you know when that's a thing. We have the big summer event season is upon us here very soon. We have Midsummer at Odenshof in Brownsville, California. It's going to be the 27th through the 29th of this month. If you are able to make it, we would love to see you there. This will be our big 30th anniversary celebration. The Hof is very special to us. This fall, we will have had that Hof for 10 years now. It's kind of amazing to see how fast that's gone by. Doesn't seem like it's been a decade, but come this fall, it will have been. So we would love to show off and share that amazing first Hof of the Asatru Folk Assembly to everybody. So we would invite you guys to join us for that. The following month, in Jackson County, Tennessee, at Sigerheim, we are celebrating Sigur Blót. We'd invite everyone to come celebrate victory with us. A very special property, the property that we will build Tiershof on in the coming years, and that will serve as the capital of the Asatru Folk Assembly. Number of AFA families are going to be moving to that county to really build community there. We would invite you guys to join us, and we would invite you guys to join us at Sigur Blót. So I'm looking forward to seeing you guys there. Svan and myself and our producer, Nick, will all three be in attendance for that. So, yeah, we'd love to see you guys there if you can make it. And then the following month, in August, we will be celebrating Freyfaxi at Baldershof on August 22nd through the 24th. That is in Murdoch, Minnesota. If you guys can make it out, it's a very special place. It's a beautiful Hof, amazing people. I will be there. I would love to meet you guys there. So anybody who can attend any of these or all of them, we would love to see you guys there. Reach out to your local folk builder and get you all sorted out. Other things, we have paid off Njordshof due to overwhelming generosity. Thank you guys, everybody who helped us make that happen. And we are in full swing on scouting a location for Frey's-Hof. We're very excited about that. I spoke to Whitten Erickson at length today, as well as our law speaker, about planning and preparing for that and properties and checking things out. So we're all into that. It's part of the theme here. Victory never sleeps. As soon as we accomplish something, we want to immediately be focused on the next step, the next phase, the next goal in front of us. We don't ever want to get stagnant and rest on our laurels on things. We want to forever try to push forward and achieve and bigger, better, stronger, faster, smarter, closer to our potential and closer to the perfection that's worthy of our gods. So I appreciate everybody, and I appreciate you guys being with us on this epic journey of building Asatru in our modern world and reforging the trough between our folk and our gods. We've made tremendous strides in that over the past 30 years this year with the Asatru Folk Assembly. You guys are all a part of that. This show is a part of that. We appreciate you guys' participation. As always, GW Farnsworth started us off tonight, giving us $30 towards the cause. Thank you. We appreciate you. Your example of consistent generosity is inspirational and very much appreciated. Also, John from Virginia is in our chat room right now. Appreciate you joining us and being here. He donated $50 earlier today to help an AFA family who is in need, and $25 to Baldershoff, as well as $10 to this program. So thank you very much, John. We appreciate it, and welcome back.
And look me up. I'm in Virginia as well.
Look this man up. In Virginia Beach.
Yep, we got moots, and depending on what side of Virginia you're on. But
look him up either way.
Right. Or apprentice folk builder Annika. She takes the western half of our state.
Absolutely. I think we have anything else off the top. We have a decent amount of material to cover tonight. I did promise that we would get to the end of it, the end of this particular piece tonight. So we're going to do that. John offers that he is in Arlington, so he is on your side of the state.
Oh,
so there you have it.
Yeah, he's
95 corridor.
Yeah, I think this is good. We might need to look at Fredericksburg area, or as a kind of a commonality. We've been up there before, but yeah, I'm down in the lower east in the 7 cities. So
it's not that big of a state, north to south. So
no.
Those are some Old Dominion problems. Would love to see you guys getting together. Also, worth acknowledging the guy that took us over the line by $4,000 or $40,000 is in the chat today. Matthew Bean, thank you very much. And he will be in attendance at Midsummer at Odenshoff. We're excited to see you there, and we're glad you joined us tonight. And once again, and it's going to get old, but we can't do it enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys. With that, Svan, will you take us back into the text? Do you recall where we left off?
Unfortunately, I think I was reading ahead, and it really threw me off. Because, and I think people don't know this. So you and I have both read these, but I've read them in a different format. And then on top of that, it's been many, many years since I've read the Völsunga Saga from beginning to end. So I remember all the, just parts, bits and pieces, important things, and I would go back and reference. So even last week, I made a big snafu where I was kind of thinking that the dialogue was going one direction, and then I was completely wrong, and it was going in another direction. And that's really the big thing I think that folks need to understand is that we are coming from a religious perspective into the lore. And truth be told, the lore isn't just religious. It's historical. There's inclinations by the authors to try to make them shine like the Iliad or the Odyssey. So there's classical literature kind of sprinkled in. There's some Christian overtones sprinkled in, and all of these things kind of playing out. So when they do that on top of translational differences, the one that I read did not translate like this at all. It ends up creating these conversational switches on me that are a little bit, and I like to come clean when I kind of make and mess up on this. So I was trying to read ahead in order to kind of not let that happen again. And
Well,
so
that said, I believe we are starting, and producer Nick, check me on this if you have a different recollection. I think we are starting chapter 33.
Okay, so yes, the death of Brynhild just happens.
So I want to say this to start as well. We are, and everybody can find this while I yap at you here. We are looking at volusbau.org. That's where we're getting our text from. And it's really cool. The translators of this particular version interspersed a number of Etic poems in here as well that are part of the story to kind of flesh it out. So they took kind of a, I think, very appropriate artistic liberty in combining pieces of the lore into the narrative. I think that makes some of our job in the next few poems Svan and I are going to cover, or we're planning on covering. I think that pieces those all together very well. So that's going on. Something to kind of remind you guys on, there are pieces of our lore that as Gothar, Svan and myself, go back to all of the time for different big cosmological things, for different little nuggets, if we remember a piece here or there. But when you first get involved in Asatru, there is a perception that there's this endless, lore hoard of material for you to go through. And I think of the things that we consider like the primary pieces of lore, you're surprised if you really go at it voraciously how fast you go through those. Now, I think if you start broadening your circles on what counts, then yes, to inform yourself and be a wise person in the beliefs and ways of our gods, our folk, and our ancestors, you should always be studying. But it means there's pieces of lore, there's obscure poems and stories and sagas that, there are some that Svan and I probably haven't read in their entirety in 20 years. There's more that it's, maybe been 15 or so. There's a lot that we go back and read little snippets of. But one of the things that I really, really like about doing these lore episodes is I'm getting to reread material that I haven't read in a long time. And that when I read, it was at a very different season of my life. I read a lot of this material when I was in my early 20s, and two decades of life adds a perspective and, causes me to look at it from a different angle. So it's really nice to go through this stuff again with you guys and with my friend Svan. And that's the other thing. It's cool to go through this with my friend Svan as well as with my colleague Svan. So it's neat to do this and to get to share that whole process with everybody here. So I appreciate you guys going along with us on this because, I'm sure Svan feels the same, but I get a lot out of it. It's really, it's a special opportunity.
Yeah, I think the colleague side it would be interesting. Only friends, how many strange and funny jokes we would be getting out of a lot of this. But yeah, and just to give a brief recap, is that Brynhild, the original source of love and inspiration for Sigurd, and the one that he is, there is a spell cast upon him so that he forgets Sigurd. forgets Brynhild and marries Gudrun. And then Gudrun's brother again uses magic to dress Sigurd up to pretend that he is him. And it's a very, very convoluted, but it's coming to an end. Sigurd has passed, and now Brynhild has passed. And there's an interesting point of this is they lay the pyre out, and Sigurd is there with his 3-year-old child, and that child was killed because Brynhild allowed it, encouraged it. But now he's laid there. His child is laid there, and then Brynhild is laid upon as well, with a sword in between them, just like the night that they they spent together when he was guised as Gudrun's brother. And again, I think this is really important to note how the poems and stories abbreviate so much that you might not, why is this important? And there must be or is some maybe either just kind of lost emphasis or a skipping over of why some of the folk around Sigurd and Brynhild know of their initial love and the secondary love where Sigurd was such a good man, he kept himself away from her because he was married and betrothed to Gudrun, emphasizing his chastity, or not chastity, but his loyal and lawful nature. Sorry if there's the jets there. So this is re-emphasized again at the end, and Sigurd, Brynhild, and Sigurd's son from Gudrun are buried on the pyre, and it's mentioned here too. They are the funerary practice is in the olden way. Now, there's two ways that we can look at that. The writers of this, between the 12th and the 14th century, would have definitely looked at this as the older way because Christians do burials. Actually, Icelanders preferred burials because wood was such a valuable commodity. However, burning and burials amongst our ancestors has been a generational thing. We have adapted between the two for a very long time. And I think even we are in an age of burning, or an age of funeral pyre for our own folk today. But our ancestors did move between, and oftentimes it depended on migration, it depended on war, it depended on the cult of whether our folk were giving honor to, say, like Lord Njord or Lord Frey, or excuse me, the Holy Frey, or whether they were honoring more in leagues with Lord Thor or Lord Odin in predominance. That greatly affected funerary practices. And that's a very interesting subject to look at. But it's just worth noting. And if somebody's out there thinking, oh, I thought you only, burned in a ship. That's not the case. Burning on a pyre, creating a barrow mound, creating a kurgan, all of that was part of our traditions.
And there was kind of an interesting overlap too sometimes. So there's the idea of like a mound construction over an intact body and like a burial chamber. And that happened. But there was also funeral pyres that a mound is then erected over the ashes and over the spot. You have spots, you have a crossover to where sometimes what you don't see a lot, other than those kind of ship burial on the water things, which are not the norm, is, a dispersing of the ashes. One of the things that's interesting, I think, of our folk is the collection of the body, whatever's left, into location and doing something special with that spot as a place to house that and a place to serve as a point of contact with the deceased and a point of remembrance of the deceased. So we see, elaborate urn culture is one of those, very, very early signs of our people's civilization that we talk about. Or mound burial built over top of cremation. One of the reasons that cremation is particularly appealing to us now as we reforge the trough between our folk and our gods is it was one of the things that served as a marker of Ásatrú in the day. So back in our ancestors' time, Christians buried and Ásatrú did cremation. And so that was one of the things that distinguished us. And some of the things that there's a lot of different ways that this goes. And certainly we shouldn't let counter signaling has its place, but we want to define ourselves independently. And I don't think that it was done initially as a difference between us and the Christians in any way. What we read about, and I'm curious how it took that form over many years, is the idea of instantaneous transmission of the higher parts of the soul up towards the gods. There is the very fundamental and primal, you can see it, the flames burn and the smoke from your carcass and the flames rise upward. That just works. And I think the symbolism of that is inescapable. Whereas the Christian dead in the being buried would await their, what was originally believed to be bodily, like zombie resurrection. And so I think that defined us then, and it's something special that we look to now as a mark of pride in our faith and our, point of distinction of what our ancestors did that marked them as being separate or marked them as notably practicing Ásatrú. It's also the thing with, wearing hammers. There's no real indication that hammers were worn until we see our ancestors wear them as a signal to, hey, in a world where there's a religious smorgasbord, no, we are Ásatrú, we are not Christians. They have their crucifix, but we have our hammers. So yeah, that's really interesting. And something kind of to note, that's what the AFA, recommends. I don't think that's a hard point of dogma or something that we, are pushy about, but the recommendation is cremation. And that's so far what we have interred at our hofs and in our sacred spaces. So there you go. Before we continue on the deal here, I wanted to acknowledge, thank you very much. Ronald Blake has donated $50 to help a family in need. We appreciate that, and we appreciate seeing you back around.
Yeah, it's been a while. That's awesome. I did want to point out one thing, and I'm not stalling to start. In there is mention of them being sprinkled with the red blood of men, but the sprinkling of the red blood of men is referring to the red ochre, a sacred natural red dye that was used in runic placing them within runic inscriptions, and goes all the way back to the Stone Age. They have found burials with the bodies. They were sprinkled with red ochre before they were buried. So again, another little gleaning sense of understanding that our way, the old way, Ásatrú, as it has evolved to become, goes all the way back to the Stone Age. So, so now Sigurd and Brynhild are dead. And this leaves the rest of Brynhild's prophecy to come true. And one of them is she states that Gudrun, the wife of Sigurd, is going to be the death of Atli and his sons. But after he passes, she is married to Atli. And here we go. So, chapter 33, Gudrun is wedded to Atli, and there is a misspelling there if you're following the website. Now so it is that whoso heareth these tidings saith that no such and a one as was Sigurd was left behind him in the world. None were so great as him. The world is now lesser for his loss. Nor ever was such a man brought forth because of all the worth of him, nor may his name ever minish by eld in the Dutch tongue, nor in all the Northlands, while the world standeth fast. So I looked at this at the usage of the Dutch tongue, and I think that it's a direct translation with the idea of the Deutsch or the Germanic proper, and he translated it as the Dutch tongue, because in the Old Norse it's Tungur og á Norðlondum, so the tongue of the northern kingdoms, and he translated it to that. So I thought that was kind of odd. The story tells that on a day, as Gudrun sat in her bower, she fell to saying, "Better was life in those days when I had Sigurd, he who was far above other men, as gold is above iron, or the leek over the grass of the field, or the hart over the wild things." That exact line was spoken earlier, and you will see that our ancestors used anchor points. And if you could remember how many times you've said that specific phrase, you knew where you were at in the story while you were trying to memorize it. And it is, again, very interesting to show. Iron is very important, but gold is clearly the higher and more precious metal of the time. We also, the leek, the leek's holiness has been with our people since we left the home dale and went throughout the land. And then lastly, the hart, which is a deer. And I'm just saying that for anybody who might not know that, but the word deer means, in Old English, it means the wild animals, and the hart was specifically the antlered, or the animal we would consider like a doe or a deer. And the hart, the connection between the white hart, or just the hart in general, as a noble animal, as an animal that was hard to be hunted and had an essence of prophecy to it. And of course, they didn't hunt the deer like we do today. So I think that's why the challenge and the general regalness of that animal is much higher. I think people now, when sitting in trees, is a different story, but still majestic. But so she speaks and says that none are as great as her late husband, and she says that the leak over the grass or the field of the heart in the other wild animals, until my brethren begrudged me such a man, the first and the best of all men, and so they might not sleep, or they had slain him. Huge clamor made Grani when he saw his master and lord sore wounded. And then I spoke to him, even as with a man, but he fell drooping down to the earth, for he knew Sigurd was dead. And this is, of course, his horse, where I had also made a mistake about that, Gram and Grani. So Grimhild, this is her mother-in-law, the wife of her father. So Grimhild comes to here, where Gudrun has taken up her abode, and she calls her sons to talk with her and asks whether they will make atonement to Gudrun for her son and her husband, and said that it was but meet and right to do. So it also the utilization of meat. Meat could mean a meal, not specifically just flesh, but also to reach the proper level of things. Then Gunnar spoke and said that he would atone for her sorrows with gold. So they send for their friends and array their horses, their helms, and their shields, their byrnies, and all their war gear. And their journey was furnished forth in the noblest wise. And no champion who was of the great men might abide at home. And their horses were clad in mail coats. See, we've read this, have we not? They're wearing the short byrnie coats, and their helms are strongly hammered. But we've read this part. There they go, and as they're moving, they gather many great princes and kings, and remember, the usage of king is leaders of the people. They own the land, and they gather them, including the Longobards and the Franks and the Saxons. Allsherjargoði, we read this part. And we talked about in the poem here coming up, all the kin of letters cut aright and reddened about the runes. I think we are further on.
We're into it now, and I don't think if we are further on, I don't think we're that much.
Okay. So at this point, they're gathering forward to make atonement to their sister. And they're going to bring gold. But the other element of the story is they're not going alone. They're bringing all of the absolute best from all of these tribes as they move forward and go to meet them. So they went into the hall of King Alf, and there abode them the Longobards and the Franks and the Saxons. They feared with all their war gear and had over them red fur coats, even as the song says, Birni's short cut, strong helms hammered, girt with wood swords, red hair gleaming. They were fain to choose good gifts for their sister, and spake softly, but in none of them would she trow. And again, that in none of them would she trust, as her brothers are the slayers of Sigurd. Then Gunnar brought unto her a drink, and it was mingled with hurtful things, and this she must needs of drink. And with the king thereof, she had no more memory of the guilt against her. This is a plot point in the story numerous times in which the runes are placed onto the horn, in which the victim forgets things. And I only bring this up because there are certain people on the internet who try to portray that Seidr is strictly evil or malicious, and that the runes given to us by Lord Heimdall are good. And there are many, many instances where it shows that the runes are tools, and they can be used for good or they can be used for ill based on the one who has the knowledge. And that kind of trying to say, see, there come from women, feminine magic, bad, runes come from male, God, good, is, I think, a very kindergarten kind of style of thinking. Or again, I just the idea is nobody's going to read it, so we can say whatever. Well, in this case here, we clearly see the runes are being utilized to wipe memory away. So in that drink was blended the might of the earth and the sea with the blood of her son, and in that horn were all letters cut and reddened with blood, as is said hereunder. So, to give better descriptions and for the skalds to do metered poetry, they would put metered poetry into the stories. So, at this point, it's just re-emphasizing. On the horn's face were there all the kin of letters, cut aright and reddened. How should I read them rightly? How should I interpret them? The word read there is more, it's R-E-D-E, meaning to interpret or to take counsel from them. How should I read them rightly? The ling fish long of the land of Hadding, wheat ears unshorn and wild things inwards. In that beer were mingled many ills together, blood of all the wood. So sap, and brown burnt acorns, the black dew of the hearth, so soot, the god doomed dead beasts inwards. I think that's actually supposed to be innards. It says inwards, another typo perhaps. And god doomed beast is a beast that's sacrificed to the gods, doomed to death, sacral butchering. And it also says, and the swine's liver sodden, because all wrongs that deadens. So now we're speaking about two forms of clairvoyance, two forms of divinatory practices, reading the innards of an animal and the the veins and the cracks and seams of a pork's liver. And what this tells me is most likely the poets were not familiar a lot with the divinatory practices of the priests, but saw them and kind of were like spooked out by it, and then thought that in essence it could be utilized in this magic, but it's really just substantiating the plot point. I'm going to fill this horn with a bunch of spooky stuff, and that the audience is going to be like, whoa, that's crazy. Or this could also leak from ancient traditions and have some merit, but I'm not saying either way. A lot of the times, though, the poets did not understand what was going on, and they would see the Gothies reading the innards or reading the livers or doing the casting the runes, and they didn't fully know what was going on because those things were not the corpus of Asatru at all. And they were kind of left to the Vitki or the Gothi or the Seithkona. So, and so now, when their hearts are brought anigh to each other, great cheer they made. Then came Grenhild to Gudrun and spoke. So now she's lost her memory of that, of all that's happened before. And their mother-in-law, both Gudrun and Gunnar, this is their mother-in-law, she comes forth. And she, again, is always kind of portrayed as this older, wise in the ways of spell and magic. So, and she's always kind of been an ever-present motivator from the back. She goes to Gudrun and she says, "All hail to thee, daughter. I give thee gold and all kinds of good things to take to thee after thy father. Dear bought rings and bed gear of the maids of the Huns, and the most courteous and well dight of all women, and thus is thy husband atoned for, and thereafter shalt thou be given to Atli, the mighty king, and be mistress of all his might. Cast not all thy friends aside for one man's sake, but do according to our bidding." And we've already spoken a little bit about folks asking about Atli and Attila. And again, by this time, the name and his deeds had kind of soaked into European history, even up to the Nordic period, and that Atli by name was adopted. But the effect that he had on the Eastern Germanics clearly spread that, even to his downfall. The power and the ferocity of his warrior nature. There were good things along with the bad things that happened. So at this point, it's Atli as a character, and Atli is most 100% perceived as being of just as much as one of the other tribes, the Longobards or what have you. Now Gudrun answers back and she says, "Never will I wed Atli the king. Unseemly it is for us to get offspring betwixt us." Grimhild said, "Nourish not thy wrath. It shall be to thee as if Sigurd and Sigmund were alive when thou hast borne sons." So don't think about the fact that your husband just died and you're being married off and you don't want to have kids. When you have kids, those kids will be of just the same powerful stock. Gudrun says in retort, "I cannot take my heart from the thoughts of him. for he was the first of all men. And Grimhild says, so it is, shapen that thou must have this king and none else. So even despite the magic in the horn to try to make her forget, Sigurd is still too powerful and has enraptured her heart for so strongly. So Gudrun retorts, give not this man to me, for an evil thing shall come upon thy kin from him. So now she's also lending into, she's taking stock in Brynhild's prophecy. And to his own sons shall he deal evil and be rewarded with grim revenge thereafter. Then waxed Grimhild, fell at those words and spoke, do even as we bid thee, and take thereof great honor, and our friendship, and the steads withal, called Vindbjörk and Valbjörk. And such might was in the words of her, that even so must it come to pass. So the best way to think of this is Grimhild kind of, it says she waxes, she grows in might. Her hammer, the part of her soul that is her will manifest, grows forward, and she tells young Gudrun, you're gonna do this. It's very similar to in the Lord of the Rings, if anybody's watched it, when Gandalf says, I am no conjurer of cheap tricks, and his whole demeanor and the very environment around him changes. This is, again, a part of the expression of the soul. Then Gudrun spoke, thus then must it need befall, whosoever against the will of me, or for little joy shall it be, and for great grief. So I am terrible news coming for Atli, and hearkening back to the prophecy of Brynhild saying, and Brynhild hated Gudrun, but she said, Sigurd's going to die, I'm going to die, and then when you are alone, you'll be married off to Atli, and you will be the death of him and his sons. And then Sigurd dies, and then she dies, and now Gudrun is like, oh no, this is all there. So I am great grief. Then men leaped upon their horses, and their women were set in wains. Wains are wagons or chariots. And so they fared 4 days a riding, and other for a shipboard, and yet 4 more again by land and road, till at last they came to a certain high-built hall. Then came to meet Gudrun many folk thronging in groups. An exceedingly goodly feast was made there, even as the word had gone between either kin, and it passed forth in most proud and stately ways. And at the feast, drinks. Atli, his bridal with Gudrun, but never did her heart laugh on him, and little sweet and kind was their life together. So this is the wedding feast. And a general understanding is that oftentimes we did have hofs, but a lot of times it was about the Gothar going to the hall and performing the union there and finishing by placing the hammer on the lap of the bride at the table where everyone was eating and drinking. So they're there and they join them. but it says she just knows she's doomed.
So before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge a $50 donation from Austin in Wisconsin towards the Baldershoff Steeple Fund, and an additional $50 donation from him to the Frasehoff Fund. So thank you very much. We appreciate that. And some of you may be aware we are currently building up a war chest to put a down payment on Frasehoff when we find a suitable property. So thank you very much for that.
Oh, I was going to break off to the restroom real quick.
All right.
Yeah.
Take care of business. We'll be here when you get back. Let me see what, if anything, we have got for any questions, or if I will kill time. All right, so here's a question. Allsherjargoði Matt and Witan Svan, what lessons do you feel are important for us to take away from the Völsunga Saga? What a broad question. And I say that because in the telling, there are so many little pieces of things. So, and I don't mean this to circumvent the question, but it's a little bit of a sidestep. One of the lessons, or at least something I think is instructive of the saga, is to be inspired by it and inspired by the example of nobility that's signified or that's exemplified in Sigurd Fafnir's Bani. I think that it is within him you see the nobility of character, with his living up to his oaths, with his being loyal, with his having to be tricked in order to be part of the duplicity. But you also see a very prominent martial prowess. I think accompanied by, in a later period, when you see a knight exemplified with those things, you see a certain amount of humility, you see a reluctance towards violence that you don't see here. What I think is really important is, yes, you see a sense of propriety in how he deals with kings and court, how he deals with ladies, but you also see that he, wades through the gore of his foes. He is a killer of men and worms. He, in his death throes, he cleaves them in twain by chucking his sword at him. You see a perfect match of civility where it's appropriate and of shocking violence when it's necessary, without conflict or without guilt. You see those things celebrated and made noble by him. You also see the value, especially when he talks about, kind of in his last words, you see the value placed on, and this may be kind of an extension that you got to go with me on, because again, I think that the lessons aren't like it. this is not a morality tale of do this, don't do that. It is a tale of examples of good things and not good things. But one of the things he points out is reputation and status and value of associating yourself with great heroes. You know, having one hero in your retinue of allies and the significance that places in the view of your foes and everything else. And go with me on this if you would. There is a common refrain in the modern world, and it's even something that people within Ásatrú have internalized without realizing, is this idea of, you know, I don't care what other people think about me or whatever. That's not the case in the authentic practice of our faith. It was supremely important to every character in this story of what everyone else thought about them. It was supremely important to these women that, no, their husband is the best of warriors. He is the hero of the greatest renown. You know, Sigurd Fafnir's Bonnie is so above and beyond that it's an egregious step down to couple with the scourge of God, Attila the Hun, that, you know, conquered all before him. Yeah, but he's not Sigurd. So the status and reputation that men earn for their worth, their value, their valor, their courage, and their effectiveness is of supreme value. And not just for the hero himself, but for those who are associated with the hero, for his wife, for his friends, for people who, you know, are in his warband or amongst his company. That means everything. Reputation and the fame you could win in your life meant everything, and not just with the people that you liked. Yes, you have enemies that are going to, you know, say little petty things, but you want your friends and your allies to take strength and take pride in you and be able to use their association with you to be prosperous. And you wanted your enemies to be terrified of you and to always be cautious lest they incur your wrath. The idea of wanting to be somebody of note who your friends cherished and valued, who your peers trusted your word, your commitment, and your honor, your integrity. It's interesting how you see this slayer of men talk about how, you know, you're going to regret this when you go to face your enemies and I don't have your back. You know, talking in the same tone without pause or without any feeling of it being incongruent with, you know, hey, I'm a killer and you want me on your side when you go to war and you're going to be missing it when I'm not there. In the same way, you know, like, no, I put a sword between us so there was no improper sexual conduct. No, I'd never do anything to dishonor you, in this kind of, you know, sweet discussion of, you know, him behaving himself with the most, you know, seemingly trivial levels of propriety amongst ladies of the court, amongst his friends, but with the fact that he is, you know, he is brutal and effective on the battlefield. Those things mean a lot. What our ancestors, what the skald who, you know, was reciting this valued in a prince, in a hero, I think speaks to our soul and is something for us to rally around and to make note of. You know, one of the things that I think is very instructive on this is in the beginning when he matures from boyhood and ascends into his rank of, a prince of nobility and then of king through his daring, through his cunning, through learning and the wisdom and the wits of doing things, through overcoming the dragon and gaining the insight into the song of birds, into understanding runes. You see little bits that you see laid out differently in the Rigstula, but you see elements of that in his progression from, coming into the world to coming into his full power as the hero. You see that self-actualization that is what our ancestors prized in nobility. And I think that's a really important lesson from it. I think the other thing, we see a caution against envious misbehavior. We see this cunning and this duplicity amongst people who are envious to take upon, to take something that's not earned through trickery and to betray family and friends who are close to them for petty reasons, for a covetous. That's one of the things that I think is also very interesting in the stories in our lore, is being ambitious is praised and is awesome. You should want to achieve great things. Wanting big things is never frowned upon. But the idea of like coveting things that other people have, wanting things unearned or things that you didn't get in a noble way is always frowned upon. And I think that's something you see here. And what I think you also see here is the potentiality of women, when they get nasty, of them destroying kingdoms and destroying relations between warriors, between men, and bringing down families and houses and everything. One of the most destructive forces socially is women when they use their social power in a metastasized way. So many of the stories you see at a distance, when people look at our lore, they see the great male heroes that are protagonists of a lot of these stories, but a consistent theme is the influence and context that the women provide for all of these stories. And it is tremendously valuable and important when it's done for the benefit or for the weal of the hero or of the society. And it is unspeakably destructive when done for their woe due to, a woman scorned or a woman who's envious or whatever that might be. The social power that women wield in culture, I would say generally, but certainly personified in the hall culture of our ancestors, I think teaches a lot of lessons for today and how we do things. Svan, question was, what lessons do you feel are important for us to take away from the Völsunga Saga?
I would say conviction. And every time that there is this magical plot kind of separator, it's a deep cut in the long-standing conviction. And then when Sigurd is convicted to Brynhild, but then the magic cuts him. And then he is convicted to his wife, Gudrun. And even so much so that when he pretends to be Gunnar, he doesn't. And so he's going against it's cross convictions or cross oath, cross troth. So everywhere we see, there's always this sense of you make your oaths, you make your loyalties, and then you go against them or you cross them. Conviction seems to be an overarching point, even to now, where we just read that Gudrun is upset at her brothers for breaking the conviction they had with Sigurd, her late husband. And so everywhere it goes, it is a constant reminder that one of the biggest things is you join a war band, you join this group, you join the people, and you hold true and you work it out. You don't use magic, you don't slay, you don't go behind people's back. Conviction and loyalty is a constant thing, and I think that's one of the biggest things to pull from this. And some of it can be taken to a little bit further than I would say is right. This in the case of Sigmund and his sister, and her conviction to keeping her family alive, her family bloodline alive. But again, another example of conviction. Constant conviction, and even too against Fafnir.
Yeah, it's worth reiterating, guys. Asterisks. We do not endorse incest. Incest
yes,
is bad.
no.
Incest is bad, as Svan was pointing out. That another thing that came to mind as far as big kind of macro lessons. The tragedy for our ancestors and the tragedy for us today is, I would say, on the face of it, like conflicting allegiance. And in a macro for all the stuff that we do, what's the right word for this? I'm sure that there is. When you are working at cross purposes, when your life is not in synergy and in harmony, when we see false dichotomies between, you having to choose split loyalties of stuff. I talk about it a lot, but the idea of wholeness is key to our ancestors' idea of health. They didn't just mean health in a physical sense, but a mental health, emotional health, overall well-being and right behavior comes from all of your life being in harmony and in building a synergy upon itself. We see when you have conflicted alliances, like, what do you do here? Well, I'm married to her, but I promised, this other woman something, and I need to be true to that. Well, I am in an oath relationship with my brother-in-law, but my brothers-in-law are, have conflicting. Any of these inter-family strife amongst kinsmen was always the worst thing for our ancestors to contemplate, because you have to do something. There's no right answer when you have to choose between allegiance to different family members or people you're oathed to. It's all bad. You're trying your best to navigate the lesser of two evils, and that's always a loss. Maybe it's a bigger loss or a smaller loss, but it's always a loss. When you're in harmony, it works different. And then as kind of a final comment for me on this, and then we can get back to the story, is from Wise Final Solution. The hero can't be underestimated, though, because he very strongly influences the women in the way that he is. So yes and no, that's kind of the lesson. Men have the ability, if they're able to stand for what they believe in, to very strongly influence women. But I think, as we all know and see in our life and in all of the world that surrounds us, No, men get led around by the approval of women to our detriment every single day. I think we've all seen men whose whole life would be better if they just stood up, took charge of their lives, took charge of their family, took charge of their relationship, and made clear decisions. World would be a better place. But we see that that is very often not the case. And we also see examples of, we see plenty of examples of evil women leading men astray and destroying stuff. We see a lot of that. But we also see examples of women and they have the ability to manipulate circumstances. And the word manipulation has a negative flavor to it in common parlance today, but that's not the case etymologically. That's not the case historically. They have the ability to influence men to be strong, to stand up for the right things, to stick to their word, to be honorable, to be, men of greatness, to like go out and achieve, go out and do. Having a woman who is supportive of that and who manipulates social situations to amplify the hero is also something very much seen and very much within those realms of capability. But that's what I have on that. Before we get too far afield, we do have, a significant amount to get through tonight. So let's try to work our way through chapter 34.
All right. Chapter 34, Atli bids the Gjukings to him. And bear in mind, the Gjukings are referred to as a tribe, but by the late Nordic period, this word is actually synonymous with Viking, but obviously didn't come into the same usage. It just wasn't as popular. Now tells the tale that on a night King Atli woke from sleep, and spake to Gudrun. Me dreamed, said he, that thou didst thrust me through with a sword. Then Gudrun readed the dream and said that it betokened fire, whenas folk dreamed of iron. It befalls all of thy pride belike, in that thou deemest thyself the first of men. So that's a kind of a biting point to say. It's folly. It's your pride is mistaking you for you to think that you're invulnerable. But what she's really saying is you're never going to be compared to Sigurd. So naturally, your end will be. Atli said, moreover, I dreamed that here waxed 2 sorb trees, saplings, and fain I was that they should have no scathe of me. Then these were riven up by the roots and reddened with blood, and borne to the bench, and I was bidden to eat thereof. So down at the bottom here, it does have a note for the service tree, the Pyrus sorba domestica, and I am not familiar with that tree. And I actually went to school for horticulture, but yeah. I'm gonna have to look that one up. So he's bidden to eat of the tree, eat of the roots, eat of the fruit, and then it is torn up and brought into the hall. And that's what the meaning of the benches are, and it's reddened with blood. Yet again I dreamed that 2 hawks flew from my hand, hungry and unfed, and fared to hell, and meseemed their hearts were mingled with honey, and that I ate thereof. So another point of this is the falconry, and there's no differentiation between hawks and falcons linguistically, but most likely these are falcons. And it says that they fared to hell, which means they died. The wording of it is the road to hell, traveling to hell. The goddess Hell is there waiting, and they pass. Instead of mythologically or cosmically traveling, they die. And I think this usage by this time is just pretty common for death in a poetic sense. And he takes their bodies and he eats their hearts mixed with honey. And then again I dreamed that two fair whelps lay before me, yelling aloud, and that the flesh of them I ate, though my will went not with the eating. So here the whelps, because I don't want like what happened last week where I was assuming in one, but the general sense of whelps being puppies or small hounds. And he was hesitant to eat that. And again, this is all in his dream. Gudrun says, no wise good are these dreams, yet shall they come to pass. Surely thy sons are nigh to death, and many heavy things shall fall upon us. One, she's talking to, leaning back towards Brynhild's prophecy. The other thing that's worth noting that's not being talked about is, again, when he wakes up, he speaks about his dreams to his wife. And there was a great stock in dream and interpretation and the knowledge of women and their connection to things. I'm not saying that there's a certain, of knowledge that comes with that I think we've lost over times. But, at the time, a woman was of a knowledge, of an understanding of things, and menfolk were comfortable talking to them because they're the woman's connection to the mystical was pretty well established. And she says, yeah, no, this isn't good. And he continues on. He says, now these things were away with time, but in no wise was their life together fond. Now falls Atli to thinking of where may he gotten that plenteous gold which Sigurd had owned. But King Gunnar and his brethren were lords thereof now. So King Gunnar is Gudrun's brother, and he is now in possession of the gold that Sigurd won from Fafnir the dragon. And Atli's thinking to himself, like, how can I get that or get some of it? Atli was a great king, mighty, wise, and he was a lord of many men. And now he falls to counsel with his folk as to the ways of them. He wotted well that Gunnar and his brethren had more wealth than any others might have, and so he falls to the rede of sending men to them and bidding them to a great feast and honoring them in diverse wise. And the chief of those messengers was hight or titled Vingi. So he notices his brother-in-law has a great amount of wealth. Let's hold a feast for them. And are they trying to woo them, impress them, bring them into the fold of things. Now the queen wots of their conspiring. Wots, she's witful. She gains knowledge of their conspiring, and misdoubts her that would mean some beguiling of her brethren. So she cut runes and took a gold ring and knit therein a wolf's hair and gave it into the hands of the king's messenger, Vingi. So Gudrun has knowledge. She cuts a rune or a stave or a number of runes, places a wolf hair into the ring connected to the rune she cuts. Thereafter, they go their ways according to the king's bidding, and or ever they came a land, Vingi beheld the runes and turned them about in such wise as if Gudrun prayed her brethren in her runes to go meet King Atli. That turnaround there is interesting. Thereafter, they came to the hall of King Gunnar and had good welcome at his hands, and great fires were made for them, and in great joyousness they drank of the best of drinks. So I think that turnaround there is just a confusing way of saying that Vingi was not stopped from going to Gudrun's family, but was driven to. Again, the translation of it's a little confusing right there. So Vingi is now the messenger of Atli has come before Gunnar, her brother, Gudrun's brother, and says, Then spoke Vingi, King Atli sends me hither, and is fain that ye go to his house and home in all glory, and take of him exceeding honors, helms and shields, swords and byrnies, chainmail armor, which again, extremely the intricacy and labor of chainmail armor was reserved for royalty, along with swords. Gold and goodly raiment for your horses, hosts of war and great wide lands for, saith he is fainest of all things to bestow his realm and lordship upon you. Then Gunnar turned his head aside and spoke to Hogni, his other brother. In what wise shall we take this bidding? Might and wealth he bids us take, but no kings know I, who have so much gold as we have, whereas we have all the hoard which lay once in Nita Heath, where Fafnir lived. And great are our chambers, and full of gold and weapons for smiting, and all kinds of raiment of war. And well I wot that amidst all men my horse is the best, and my sword the sharpest, and my gold the most glorious. So why would we want to go do all of this when we have the dragon hoard? Hogni answers in return, A marvel is it to me of his bidding, for seldom hath he done in such a wise, and ill-counseled will it be to wend to him, to go his way. Lo, now, when I saw those dear-bought things the king sends us, I wondered to behold a wolf's hair was knit to a certain gold ring. Belike Gudrun deems him to be minded as a wolf towards us, and will have naught of our faring. So there is, Gudrun places the wolf hair in the ring, or bound around the ring, and he notices it, and he knows that's from his sister. So here we have two kind of the possibility that these royals, these nobles, were taught magic tradition, and he catches the symbol of it. So they're really not thinking that Atli is doing something out of kindness, but more so, this is a trap. But excuse me. But withal, Vingi shows him the runes which he said Gudrun had sent. So at this point, I think this is where it's the confusion was, is that she placed the runes perhaps in all of the gifts coming to them, and he sees the runes, and the possibility is that he's simply reading a message written in runic. The other possibility is that he is trained in magical tradition and can interpret the meaning of them. But either way, there's a message being transferred that she knew the messenger himself would not know. Now the most of the folk went to bed, but these two drank on still with certain others. There was and Kostbera, the wife of Hogni, the fairest of women, came to them and looked on the runes. So this is the youngest brother. I know it was kind of hard to keep track of, but Gunnar and Hogni are the two living brothers. The eldest brother was slain of Gudrun, who is now the wife of Atli. And she comes over and is able to interpret the runes. But the wife of Gunnar, her name was Glaumvor, a great-hearted wife. So these twain poured out, and the kings drank and were exceedingly drunk. And Vingi notes it and says, so the messenger is still there, but it most likely this royal house is drinking up together. There is Hogni and Gunnar and his each of their wives respectively kind of going over this while everyone else is at their tables, and then they start to go to bed, but the messenger is clearly still there, probably, again, waiting for an answer. So these twain poured out, and the kings drank and were exceedingly drunk. And Vingi notes it and says, "Naught may I hide that King Atli is heavy of foot and over old for the warding of his realm. But his sons are young and of no account. Now will he give you rule over his realms while they are yet thus young, and most fain will be that ye have joy thereof before all others." So I'd like to remind you, he's near death. His children are too young to run his kingdom, and you are the brothers of his wife. So you would probably be able to cut up the land first and gain the best of properties. Well springs and rivers and defensible positions would be first up to you and not to the little ones. Now it so befell both that Gunnar was drunk and that dominion was held out of him, nor might he work against fate shapen to him. So he gave his sword, he gave his word to go, and tells Hogni his brother thereof. But he answered, "Thy word given must even stand now. nor will I fail to follow thee. But most loth am I to this journey. So again, another example of conviction. In his drunkenness, he gives the word. And this is a warning. The story is not condoning this. The story is saying, don't give your word and your convictions while you're drunk. And he gets drunk and says he will go. And of course, Vingi is taking everything in, and more than likely was the next day saying, well, you promised. And his little brother Hogni said, I don't want to go, but I'm not going to let you go alone. So 2 examples of conviction, if you will. Chapter 35, the dreams of the wives of the Gyukings. So when men had drunk their fill and they fared to sleep, then falls Kostbara to beholding the runes. This is the wife of Hogni. She's reading the runes and spelling over the letters, and sees that beneath were other things cut, and that the runes are guileful, yet because of her wisdom, she had skill to read them aright. So then she goes to bed by her husband, but when they awoke, she spoke unto Hogni. So it's, I think that's just an interesting point, is that our ancestors very much thought if you were not trained in reading the runes correctly, the mystery of them, trying to peek through the layers of threading that is, you would be led astray. Mistaken, perhaps, but certainly mysteriously led off track unless you knew how to read them right. You knew their secrets. So she speaks to him in the morning and she says, thou art minded to wend away from home. Ill counseled is that. Abide till another time. Scarce a keen reader of rune arts thou, if thou deemest thou hast beheld in them the bidding of thy sister to this journey. So, excuse me, it doesn't differentiate who is speaking, but she says, don't go. And he says, he says, you don't read the runes a lot, or possibly not even that well. And if you've deemed me not to go, despite I'm also being bid by my sister. Lo, I read them the runes, and had marvel of so wise a woman as Gudrun is, that she should have miscut them, and that which lieth underneath beareth your bane with it. Either she lacked a letter, or others have dealt guilefully with the runes. So there's she's saying there's a cover up, and that she's speaking of the ill of the trip, and someone either changed it or she doesn't know it well enough. So she's reading this clearly as an omen to not go. And now hearken to my dream, for therein methought there fell in upon us here a river exceedingly strong, and broke up the timbers of this hall. So now she's saying, on top of that, I just had a dream, and the dream is that there's great deluge of water that flows into our hall and breaks the walls. And he answers, full oft are ye evil of mind, ye women, but for me, I was not made in such wise as to meet men with evil who deserve no evil. Belike he will give us good welcome. So women are capricious, and I'm not of that mind. I'm going to take him as at his word. And she answered in return, well, the thing must be yourselves to prove, but no friendship follows this bidding. But yet again I dreamed that another river fell in here with great and grimly rush, and tore up the dais of our hall, and broke the legs of both your brethren. Surely that betokens something. And he answered, meadows along our way, whereas thou didst dream of the river. For when we go through the meadows, plentiful doth the seeds of the hay hang about our legs. So he's like, no, you're not dreaming of the river in the hall. You're dreaming of our travel over there. And there are many rivers along the way that flow just like the hay we're going to be going through. And she says, again, I dreamed that thy cloak was a fire, and that the flame blazed up above the hall. He says, well, I wot what that shall betoken. Here lieth my fair dyed raiment, and it shall burn and blaze, whereas thou dreamest of the cloak. So he's saying, I see my garments are perfectly fine. Fair dyed is a big one. It's colored well, because he is of royalty. And he says, in essence, I'm going to wear this, different clothing, this riding cloak, as opposed to the one you had a dream about. And that will change all things. If I'm wearing something different, then did you really have it? Or was it just fear? Then she says again, methought a bear came in and broke up the king's high seat and shook his paws in such a wise that we were all adread thereat. And he gat us all together into the mouth of him, so that we might avail us not, and thereof fell great horror upon us. So now she's saying, too, on top of this, there's the flood that breaks the timbers. There is he who gets lit ablaze, and then a bear comes in and kills his family and kills the courtly hall, and they were unable to stop it. And he says, some great storm will befall, whereas thou hadst a white bear in thy mind. And Erne, that's his translation there. Erne, methought came in, she says, and swept adown the hall and drenched me and all of us with blood. And ill shall that betoken me, bethought it was the double of King Atli. So she's just comparing all of this to his visit, that King Atli is a bane or a bale coming down upon them, the flood, the fire, and the bear. He answered, full oft do we slaughter beasts freely, and smite down great neat for our cheer. And the dream of the Erne has but to do with oxen. Atli is heart whole towards us. And therewithal they cease their talk. So she tries many different avenues to say that this is a bad idea. And he says, no, there's no reason. Atli is perfectly fine with us. He's married to our sister, and he's never shown any grievances towards us. I'm not going to go forth. So that would make also, too, looking at the conversation he had before, is that he was more loathsome to the trip than perhaps seeing Atli. So, chapter 36 of the journey of the Gyukings to King Atli now tells the tale of Gunnar that in the same wise fared with him, for when they awoke, Glomvor, his wife, told him many dreams which seemed to her like to betoken guile coming. But Gunnar readed them all in other wise. So his wife as well, the little brother and the middle brother, their wives wake up and say, "This is bad. We've had dreams. None of this is good." More or less, it's really just establishing cultural tradition. Our ancestors would be hearing this story and saying, like, if your wife wakes up with a bad dream, you should consider it. You should go forth cautiously. This was one of them, she said. Methought a bloody sword was borne into the hall here, wherewith thou wert thrust through, and either end of that wolves howled. Now, it's another thing to bear in mind. Prophecy and dream in poems was extremely popular. It was a thing that would get the audience on the edge of their seat. Like, what's the dream? What's the dream? They kind of needing to know that poetic placement of things outside of just the physical.
All right, so I'm going to deviate for a sec because I think it's important when we're talking about it's come up a few times here at this part in the poem, but I think it's a thread we've seen throughout, is the nobility and their training in and use of magical arts. When talking about divination through runes, through dreams, through horospex practice. What is it, Horos?
The reading of
yeah, but like the act of doing is anyways, so my Latin's messed up on that, but yeah, anyways, through playing with the intros, through, you know, getting meaning from the flight patterns of birds, the moving of flocks. What I think is really important and something that folks can relate to is dreams are interesting. And I think they're interesting in a bunch of different ways. But those of you who have been fortunate enough to have I hate to elevate it to the point of prophetic dream, but those of you who have had a special dream know the difference between, man, I was watching a horror movie and then went to sleep and I had a really freaky dream and I kind of only sort of remember pieces of it, but man, that was crazy. And dreams that you can remember years later in detail and stick out to you and are important. And, you know, defining and attaching meaning to which of those is which is really interesting. But I think, you know, those of us who are fortunate have had dreams that are of great meaning that we do remember years later, that, you know, and we can see the difference. One of the things that is criticized oftentimes in navel gazing circles is the lack of initiation in modern Ásatrú. So in the traditional world of our ancestors, you have skills and tradition and lore that's passed down to you through generations of adepts that have honed the practice and the understanding of these arts over a long period of time. In modern Asatru, and rightly, to the critics' credit, yes, that hasn't been the case and has been, forcibly beat out of our folk over the last 1,000 years. I don't pretend, as some I've seen do, that there's some kind of authentic school of these things kept under wraps and some kind of secret code that we can recover to, as some kind of a cope that hasn't been severed. It has been. But we can reestablish it through listening to our elders and building upon tradition. And I feel like I'm missing the right way to present this to you guys tonight, and I apologize for that, but everything starts somewhere. There is always a day one of starting tradition or of reestablishing initiation cult into magical practice. If we're constantly bemoaning that we don't still have the, however many thousands of years of tradition that our ancestors had to build on in an unbroken fashion, we neglect taking the opportunity to start fresh so that, 100 years from now, we won't be having the same lamentation that there's no tradition. The way that we get 100-year-old tradition is we start it today, and we tend it, and we keep up with it for 100 years. And that's one of the things I'm really proud of with the AFA is, we don't have an unbroken continuation back to, Odin, Vili, and Ve shaping Ask and Imbla. We do genetically, but spiritually in our current practice, the way it looks now, no, but we have an unbroken chain that goes back to Stephen McNallen and his pact with the Allfather in 1968 that we're building upon. No, it's not 1,000 years old, but, we're, 50 some odd years towards that. And the only way it gets to be 1,000 years old is by continuing and keeping it up, which we're doing. But every time you restart, you lose that. And so something I was going to say is we see that now in a lesser way. And I think we're a little bit more connected because we're not sitting on the back of the school of understanding it with the context that runs that deep. But we do have, 3 or 4 generations into it that some of our folk have taken knowledge from. The more you synchronize your life with Asatru, with our corpus of lore, with interactions with the Gothar, interactions with your brothers and sisters within the AFA, the more you build a comprehensive worldview that you can see and recognize when it presents itself in your dreams. And this is kind of what I'm getting at. And I know it's a very long-winded way to get at this point, but understanding dreams, and I think that even the atheist amongst us understands that dreams communicate something really important. I think they may have a disagreement with us on what the source of that is. But even the atheists will acknowledge that, maybe the dreams sort out something from your subconscious and bring it to your conscious. You work out thoughts that you may not be fully aware of in your waking mind that are clarified to you in the dream state that you can, learn from. Now, we know that there's something much more to that, but I think there is that. I think there is your subconscious, but I think there's your subconscious interpreting messages from the other, from your ancestors, from the gods, from things that you subtly perceive around you, and they take the shape in dreams. The more you build a consistent context for that in your mind, the more you will recognize things to pick up on in your dreams and the significance they have in your waking reality. I think the same is the case with your understanding of the runes. Again, the runes, as we casually call them, are just, stick pictures on whatever medium we have. The value therein is the mystery or the concept that sigil represents. The more you internalize it and you familiar with it and you see it and like calibrate yourself to the runes as a system, to Asatru as a way of life and existence, the more you will recognize those meanings when they're made manifest, the more you will see how those core mysteries interact with and play off of one another when they're in a sequence or when they're, drawn at certain periods of time. The more you make your life consistent and holistic within the worldview and the Weltanschauung of Asatru, the more these different points stand out and things that might have seemed random, you can see the meaning within them. As much as I talk about rune magic as being a lens to see the world or to see a problem or to see a situation, I think that our dreams are very much that expressed in a different way. And the more we internalize this, the more we see those images display themselves in meaningful ways in our dreams. And it's a really long-winded way to express that, but I do think it's something to point out during this, because if people who lacked any of the context had the exact same dreams, but without the context to the imagery and to, the story, they would not get the same meaning that you get. Just like if Svan and I both did a rune pull, we would take different meanings from the different runes, because a lot of the value in that is added by the person who is the practitioner of it. And I don't doubt that the more the closer to wisdom and understanding that myself and Svan are, the more that even if we interpreted the individual runes differently, we would come up with the same conclusions, but through different routes. I think at our current level of understanding, there would undoubtedly be different deviation here and there. But I think the more that we learn and the more that we grow, the more that we start seeing things leading us to similar paths, the more we refine our process of discerning wisdom through these more subtle things. And at this time in the golden age, our ancestors would have been very well acquainted and fully immersed in the context to recognize these meanings in their dreams in a very clear, standout way. It's worth reiterating one of the big themes that I see played out here, and I didn't think was obvious until we read this a lot. The more your life is congruent and all of the pieces work together in a unified whole, all of the pieces fit, all of these things begin to click, begin to fire, and begin to synergize in a way that's worth more than the sum of their parts. That's where the magic happens. Carry on.
Attaining mythos through alignment with the Or law that flows from the gods, attending the holy tides, holding true to the threshold rights of your people. It brings you all into an alignment that breaks through that mundane, kind of synthesizes the mundane with the spiritual and makes the mythical existence where you begin to see and know things and outside of just the norm. Of this, so they're going back and forth about the dreams, and let me see here. I was going down a little further. So she speaks of the fact she sees a sword, bloody, and that will go through him, and on either end are wolves howling. The king answered, "Our dogs shall bite me belike, blood-stained weapons oft betoken dogs snapping." She said yet again, "I dreamed that women came in, heavy and drooping, and chose thee for their mate. Mayhappen these would be thy fateful women." Now this here is I believe, a direct reference to the Disir. That she's saying that your Disir have come in and they take you as a mate, if you will. They're going to embrace him and take him beyond the veil. These fateful women. He answered, "Hard is to read this. It's very hard to interpret all of this," is what he's saying to her. "And none may set aside the fated measures of his days, nor is it unlike that my time is short. So, memento mori, everything is impermanent," and he's again just kind of casting off her worries. So, in the morning they arose and were minded for the journey, but some leaded them herein. Then cried Gunnar to the man who is called Fjornir, "Arise and give us to drink goodly wine from the great tuns, because mayhappen this shall," and bear in mind, tun is a barrel, a measurement barrel, "because mayhappen this day be the very last of our feasts. Belike, if we die, the old wolf shall come by the gold, and that bear shall nowise spare the bite of his war tusks." And again, the usage of the word tusk versus teeth is interesting, but his war teeth. Then all the folk of his household brought them on their way weeping. So now there is this element of they're going forth, nothing's wrong, but everything is just laden with doom, even to the point where he says, "This may be the last time I see you guys, so let's have a great toast before I head off." Then the son of Hogni, who is the little brother, said, "Fare ye well with merry tide." The more a part of their folk were left behind. Solur and Novar, the sons of Hogni, fared with them, and a great champion named Orkning, who was the brother of Kostabir, the wife of Hogni. So that's kind of their troop going. So folk followed them down to the ships and all feted them for their journey. They tied everything down, but attained to not their end, so they left. They left the boats. Then spoke Glamvor and said, "O Vingi, most like the great ill hap will come of thy coming, and mighty and evil things shall betide in thy traveling. So now she's speaking to the messenger of Atli, and she says, there is ill that goes forth not only for our kin, but you as well. And then cried Kostbera, fare ye well with merry days. And Hogni answered, be glad of heart, whosoever it may fare with us. So don't worry about all of the ones who travel with us. Be glad, be of happy heart. Don't worry. And they start to leave. And therewith they parted, each to their own fate. Then away they rode, so hard and fast that well nigh the half of the keel slipped away from the ship, and so hard they laid on to their oars that the thole and the gunwale break. And again, this is more hearkening back to the fact that the audience is of the Northmen. So they're pulling off, and it's just so fast that the boat is breaking, and they're moving with earnest. So they're no trepidation, even if this is foretold with all this doom. But when they finally come aland, they made their ship fast, and then they rode a while on their noble steeds through the murk wild woods. So they had their horses with them on the ship, and when they land, they go up and into the dark wild woods. Now they behold the king's army and huge uproar, and the clatter of weapons they hear from thence. And they see there a mighty host of men, and the manifold array of them, even as they wrought there. And all the gates of the burg of the keep were full of men. So they rode up to the burg, and the gates thereof were shut. Then Hogni broke open the gates therewith. They ride into the burg. Then spoke Vingi, the original messenger. Well might ye have left this deed undone. Go not now, bide ye here while I go seek our gallow trees. Softly and sweetly I base you hither, but an evil thing abode thereunder. Short while to bide ere ye are tied up to that same tree. So he in essence says, stay here in this keep or in this walled place, and I'm going to go find out what the heck is going on, and be careful not to leave out of here, because I don't know who's winning or going on, and you might end up hung as well. So Hogni answers, none the more shall we waver from that cause, for little methinks have we shrunk aback when as men fell to fight, and not shall it avail thee to make us afeared or afraid as we use it today. And an ill fate hast thou wrought. And therewith they cast him down to the earth and smote him with their axe hammers till he died. So here we have the idea that no, they're being trapped. And that was the first start of the cunning. But I did want to make point. There is in the first annotation down at the bottom of the website here, he speaks of parallel beliefs to those in preceding chapters and elsewhere in the book as to spells and dreams, drinks, etc. Among the English people, it may be found in the form of leechdoms, and leech having that connection between leek and actual blood-sucking worms. But the hospital nature or the nature of healing wart cunning, the study of herbs, starcraft. So now there is the mentioning there too of a deep understanding by our ancestors who were naval navigators going on the land, took stock in the stars, took stock in their placement, in their movement, even though it's not greatly written. So whenever you have people kind of say, oh, well, there's just really no written evidence of it. One, there's common knowledge to look at it and say they're sailors. They probably, know the stars. But every now and then you can see in these peripheral points, there's clearly things that are there that people just often don't think about. I often call it the owl of the sagas. Is the since the owl is only mentioned once, but we know that our ancestors knew what an owl was. But it's not in the lore, so it doesn't exist, and we got to get away from that understanding. So back to he says to Vingi that no, you guys are trapping us here, so that we can't defend ourselves or run, and he strikes Vingi down with their axe hammers, which was another cool. The word is oxhamrum, so it is it's a war hammer, but that has a blade and a blunt end. So, chapter 37, the battle in the burg of King Atli, in the keep or in the enclosure. Then they rode unto the king's hall. So they leave that place and ride in. And King Atli arrayed his host for battle, and the ranks were set forth that a certain wall there was betwixt them and the brethren. So now there's this dividing wall or something that's kind of been turned to where it's between the two, the host that traveled, which isn't very big. Though I would also argue that with the ship, there's perhaps they were only naming big named people, but there were other people with them when they left off with the ship. And Atli turns his army to have an obstruction. And he says, welcome hither, said he. Deliver unto me that plenteous gold, which is mine of right, even the wealth which Sigurd once owned, and which is now Gudrun's of right. So the gold of Sigurd should have passed to his wife, Gudrun, and by Gudrun it should be mine. Gunnar answers, never gettest thou that wealth, and men of might must thou meet here, or ever we lay by life, if thou wilt deal with us in battle. Belike thou settest forth this feast like a great man, and wouldst not hold thine hand from Erne and Wolf. And Atli says, long ago I had it in my mind to take the lives of you and be lord of gold and reward you for that deed of shame, wherein ye beguiled the best of all your affinity. But now shall I revenge him. So he knows. He knows about Sigurd. He knows about their conspiratory nature against him. And he says, I've been thinking about killing you guys for a long time, and I'm going to get revenge for him. Hogni answers back, little will avail to lie long brooding over that reed, leaving the work undone. So in essence, you should have jumped when you had the inclination, but long you toiled over the idea. You showed hesitation. which may be kind of a veiled insult in and of itself. If you were truly, bent on being a revenger of his death, you would have done this immediately. And therewith they fell to hard fighting at the first brunt with shot. So the first exchange is a volley of arrows, a volley of perhaps sling stones. I don't know how much sling stones were utilized, but again, it's kind of the owl of that in the battle. Sling actual weapons they deteriorate, and the shot can look very much like just regular stones if they didn't make specific stones. So perhaps they're slinging at each other or throwing spears and javelins and arrows at each other in the first round, trying to soften up the ranks. But therewithal came the tidings of Gudrun, and when she heard thereof, she grew exceedingly wrathful, and cast her mantle from her, and ran out and greeted those newcomers, and kissed her brethren, and showed them all love. So this is, again, they were in a castle off to the side, or a building off to the side. And they said, no, this is a trap. They kill the messenger. They go forward, and Atli is waiting outside with all of his men, which I think was like the first tipping point of this. Now they have turned so that a wall is between them, and then their sister, Gudrun, comes running out of the hall and grabs and embraces her brothers. She kissed her brethren and showed them all love, and the last of all greetings was betwixt them. Then said she, I thought I had set forth counsel whereby ye should not come hither. I sent the message, you shouldn't have came. But none may deal with his shape and fate. And withal she said, will it avail aught to seek for peace? But shortly and grimly they said, nay, thereto. There would be no peace between Atli. So she sees that the game goeth sorely against her brethren, and she gathers to her great stoutness of heart, and does on her a mail coat, and take to a sword, and fights by her brethren, and goes as far forward as the bravest of menfolk, and all spoke in one wise that never saw any fiercer defense than in her. So this again is another audience pull. This is a big one where she's so convicted and loyal. She really wasn't loyal to Atli. So she runs, and bear in mind, the battle's probably not stopping for her to don armor, but she dons armor, and then she runs to her brother's aid. And timing and logistics and even the reality of that might not have, again, it wasn't plausible, but it was something in which it was teaching about conviction. It was teaching about what men and women should do in relation to their families. It was a reinforcement of morality in a kind of subtext way that we see in movies or in books or mediums where there's a reinforcement of things based on example that just gets the crowd in. So she joins with her brothers.
And keep in mind too, so machine gun engagements go really quick.
Yes, they do.
Hacking at people with swords and axes who have shields and other stuff, there's a longer play of things here. Even, and again, this is a fanciful retelling of things, but even in Attila's day with horsemen and stuff going on, it's a long enough process, and it's not like it's in the late medieval period where she needs to go and get, have some squire buckle on all her armor. She's throwing on, a chainmail nightgown. It's heavy and it's kind of a pain in the butt to get on, but it's putting on a really heavy shirt and taking up a sword. She can accomplish that pretty quick. If they're in the back and, the soldiers are out there making headway in the battle, and she gives them all a hug and they tell her what's going on, it's plausible for her to quickly hey, you give me that, I'm a queen, and put on her, grab a sword from somebody and put on war gear to go there and be with her brothers in the thick of it. But I think this is also informative. We were asked, and rightly so, kind of lessons to learn from this, and I don't think G.I. Jane, we're all shield maidens thing is what the story is to learn. I think what's to learn is there is a resolve in the women in our lore, and even though she is not the good guy in this story, there's a strength of noble character that you owe it to your ancestors and your station in life to stand up and be counted and to be of character and to show what you are made of. And even under great pain and great sorrow and great misfortune as to what's going on, she's not, swooning and, falling on her fainting couch. She is stealing her resolve. She is setting her mind and her heart to, what is her course of action and how she's going to let her story be told. And she is choosing to be an active participant in her life. And I think that's one of the things that I think is often misstated as an over resolution to fatalism. But you do see in our lore the example of knowing that doom is impending, knowing that bad stuff's going down, and choosing, you can run and hide, you can be a crybaby, you can do a lot of things, but this is your hour to shine, and you may not have many left, so pick how you want to be remembered. And we see the nobility in the people that we are supposed to think highly of, people who are from a proud lineage, going out and meeting their fate, even if it's against great odds. They're going to go out there and they're going to show up. It reminds me, and this is a strange aside, but I'll put it out there. I remember when I was bouncing and I had this kid working with me, and I was running security, and he was this 155-pound scrawny kid. But he was clearing the smoking deck, and there, I was telling everybody, hey, time to go. Everybody need to go inside, whatever. We got to clear this down because we're closing, this and that. And there was this big Samoan dude that just, this big Samoan gangster dude that just kind of scoffed at him and kept going, kept drinking and smoking and whatever. And he kept reminding the guy, and he saved him till last because this guy was not going to move, and he was going to be the biggest problem. He got rid of everybody else. And he's like, all right, man, got to have you go in. We got to close the smoking deck. And the big Samoan dude looked at him, and he's like, well, what are you going to do about it, Oos? And he said, my best, and shrugged his shoulders. And the Samoan dude looked at him, saw that he was serious, sized him up, gave him a chuckle, and went inside. Because there's, there's just something to be said for like, I realize that I don't stand a big chance of winning here, but I'm going to show up, and if you're going to, if you're going to beat me, I'm going to make it cost, it's going to cost you. And that there's a respect to that. And I think that's some of what we see exhibited in this and a lot of stories from our lore.
Well, this battle starts to rage, and I can tell you just as much as Gudrun donning her armor and going out and fighting with her brothers, and the conviction is so strong there. Another thing that's going to happen in this engagement is there is some embellishment in range of like, this battle took all day, and oftentimes battles didn't take all day. The other is that you'll generally see in battles, the king of one army will fight the king of the other army. And the chances of this happening in reality, but for story, it happens quite often. Fighting, getting captured, fighting the champion of another king, all of those are kind of on the checklist. So guaranteed one of those is coming down the line. It's just interesting. I don't quite remember how it goes with the two of them, the two brothers, but we shall see. So she, they go forth, and therewithal there was a lull in. Oh, excuse me, I didn't read this part. So now the men fell thick and far before all others was fighting of those brethren, and the battle endured a long while until midday. Gunnar and Hogni went right through the folk of Atli, and so tells the tale that all the mead ran red with blood. The sons of Hogni withal set on stoutly. So Hogni and Gunnar are not easy foes. Then spoke Atli the king, a fair host and a great have we. Again, this writing, the way it's written, great heroes have we, mighty champions withal, and yet have many of us fallen, but evil am I apaid, in that 19 of my champions are slain, but left 6 alive, and therewithal was there a lull in the battle. So, from historical standpoints, we normally see shield wall versus shield wall, and it could be 30 men versus 30 men with perhaps a small under 20 horse element kind of enacting here. They don't go into great detail, and one of the major reasons I think they don't is because by this time, these types of battles are not happening. Certainly not in Iceland, but also in the mainland in Europe. Actually, the battles are getting bigger, not smaller. So there isn't a ton of knowledge of militaria that would be fit in here. And again, ultimately, none of that matters so long as the key players of the story get their say and have their points. So Atli spoke, 4 brethren were we, and now I left alone. Great affinity I gat to me, and deemed my fortune well sped thereby. A wife I had, fair and wise, high of mind, great of heart, but no joyance may I have in her wisdom, for little peace is betwixt us. But ye have slain many of my kin, and beguiled me of the realm of riches, of the realm and of riches, and for the greatest of all woes have slain my sister withal. So this is King Atli speaking to them. And Hogni says, why babblest thou thus? Why are you talking so much? Thou wert the first to break the peace. So Atli's trying to make the case that his revenge is honorable, it's justified, and I just like the fact that it literally is. Why are you babbling so much? Thou wert the first to break the peace. Thou didst take my kinswoman and pine her to death by hunger, and didst murder her and take her wealth. An ugly deed for a king, meet for mocking and laughter. I deem that thou must needs make long tale of thy woes. Rather will I give thanks to the gods that thou fallest into ill. So you went on a long roundabout way of saying that all of this stuff has befalled you, but I would joyously praise the gods for every ill that befell you because you deserve it. But alas, chapter 38 speaks of the slaying of the Gjukings, which is, of course, Gunnar and Hogni. Now, King Atli eggs on his folk to set on fiercely and eagerly they fight. So they have this conversation during the battle. You have to bear that in mind. That probably would not happen in reality. So you want to take everything as a poetic sense. So he urges his men to fight on. Atli gave back into the hall, and within the doors was a fight, and fierce beyond all fights. So now his men are kind of caving as he falls back. The battle was the death of many men, but such was the ending thereof that there fell all the folk of those brethren, and they twain alone stood up on their feet, and yet many more must fare to hell first before their weapons. And now they fell on Gunnar the king. So the fight comes in, and now the two, Gunnar and Hogni, the brothers, are standing. And Attila's men, the ones who remain around him, they fall upon him to fighting. And because of the host of men that set on him, was hand laid on him, and he was cast into fetters. So they go after, they go towards Gunnar, and they hit him, and they are going to fight him, but there were so many of them that he gets overwhelmed, and he actually gets, overcome. He's been taken down, but not killed. So here we see this is kind of one of those typical end results to carry on the story. And he was cast into fetters. Fetters are irons or manacles or ropes. Afterwards fought Hogni, the stoutest heart and the greatest manlyhood. And he felled to the earth 20 stout champions of King Atli, and many he thrust into the fire that burnt amidst the hall, and all were of one accord that such a man might scarce be seen, yet in the end was he borne down by many and taken. Then said King Atli, a marvelous thing how many men have gone their ways before him, how many they have killed. Cut the heart out of him, and let that be his bane. Hogni said, do according to thy will. Merrily will I abide whatso thou writ to do against me, and thou shalt see that my heart is not adread. For hard matters have I made trials of ere now, and all things that may try a man was I fain to bear. Whiles yet I was unhurt, but now sorely am I hurt, and thou alone henceforth will bear mastery in our dealings together. So he says, I've never turned away. My heart is clear of conspiracy, of any sort of poison. When you take it out, you'll notice it's a good heart. But alas, you have the control. And then a counselor of King Atli said, better read, I see there to take we the thrall, Hjalli, and give respite to Hogni, for this thrall is made to die, since the longer he lives, the less worth shall he be. The thrall hearkened and cried out aloft and fled away, any whither where he might hope for shelter, crying out that a hard portion was because of his strife and wild doings, and the ill day for him whereon he must be dragged to death from his sweet life and his swine keeping. But they caught him and turned a knife against him, and he yelled and screamed or ever he felt the point thereof. So now the slaying of this thrall, and I think it's more important to notice the way that he takes death versus others. Others take death with bravery and an accumulation of desire and bravado forward, whereas the thrall is screaming and squealing, and much like the pigs he generally keeps. Then in such wise spoke Hogni, as a man seldom speaketh who is fallen into hard need, for he prayed for the thrall's life and said that these shrieks he could not away with, and that is where a lesser matter to him to play out, the play to the end, and therewithal the thrall gat his life for that time. But Gunnar and Hogni are both laid in fetters. So at this point, and I'm just to not be confused, because again, this detail is eluding me. I believe the point is that they kill the thrall and take his heart to Atli, and not Hogni's heart. So one, Atli is not there to witness, and the other is that his councilman, Atli's councilman, is doing something. But remember, he says, bring me that man's heart. And then they leave or go their separate ways, or he gets thrown in the dungeon and his man shows up with a heart. So, there's a layer of conspiracy going on right there. Then spoke King Atli with Gunnar, the other brother, and bade him tell out concerning the gold and where it is. If he would have his life, you can trade your life. Tell me where the gold is. But he answered, nay, first will I behold the bloody heart of my brother. So now they caught hold of the thrall again and cut the heart from him and bore it unto King Gunnar and said, this is your brother's heart. But he said, the faint heart of Hjalli may ye here behold, little like the proud heart of Hogni, for as much as it trembleth now, more by the half it trembled whenas it lay in the breast of him. So now they fell on Hogni, even as Atli urged them, and cut the heart from him. But such was the might of his manhood that he laughed while he abode the torment, and all wondered at his worth, and in perpetual memory it is held since thence. Then they showed it to Gunnar. So Gunnar he was like, no, that's not my brother's heart. So, I mean, even to that point, he's so strong that you could recognize his heart. His brother says, no, that's not my brother's heart. And then they go back and they actually cut it out. And he laughs at them the entirety of the time. The mighty heart of Hogni, little like the faint heart of Hjalli, for little as it trembleth, less it trembled when as in the breast it lay. But now, O Atli, even as we die, so shalt thou die. And lo, I alone wot where the gold is, nor shall Hogni be to tell thereof now. And to and fro played the matter in my mind whilst we both lived. But now have I myself determined for myself, and the Rhine River shall rule over the gold, rather than the Huns shall bear it on the hands of them. So now we have the cursed treasure being placed in the Rhine River as a way to keep it away from the Huns. So the more important thing is it's he says Hogni would not be able to tell you where it is. I'm not going to tell you where it is. But before we even left, we hid the gold. Then said King Atli, have away the bondsmen. And so they did. But Gudrun called to her men and came to Atli and said, may it fare ill with thee now from henceforth, even as thou hast it ill held to thy word with me. So Gunnar was cast into a worm close, and many women abode him there. And his hands were fast bound. But Gudrun sent in a harp, and in such a wise did he set it forth his craft, that wisely he smote the harp, smiting it with his foes. And I'm again, I think this means toes. So there's he's playing the harp with his toes. And so exceedingly well he played that few deemed that they had heard such playing, even when the hand had done it. See, so there's a mistype there. But I'm reading this translation. She goes to Gunnar while he's in the dungeon, and she dresses or hides herself, and she brings him a harp. And he plays it because his hands are fettered, and he plays it with his toes. And better than some would play with their hands. And with such might and power, he played that all the worms fell asleep in the worms, the snakes, the serpents. Yes, so he puts the serpents to sleep. Excuse me. Yeah, and where he's at, the dungeon he's in is not filled with the worms, but with serpents. They fell asleep, save one adder only, great and evil of aspect, that crept up upon him and thrust its sting into him until it smote his heart. And in such wise, with great hardihood, he ended his life days. So here we kind of see the similar sense to like Ragnar Lothbrok, where he's thrown into a pit of snakes. Here he's thrown in, and his sister throws him a harp, and he begins to play it and puts all of the snakes to sleep except for one specific evil. And I love that it's just very much a flex before dying. It's a point of the story in which the members of the audience would just be like, holy crap. Like, it's even, this guy's just he's more and more upon himself. But it also shows too how much is important music in our ancestral view. I think a lot of times the Gauls get noted as they're so heavily music focused, and here we clearly see, even at the bridge of his death, he plays a harp before he dies.
Yeah, and if we follow on to your point of commonality there, that's referred to as Ragnar's death song.
Right.
The idea of singing spellcraft is fundamental in our lore. But yeah, this is a really cool bit of imagery and part of the storytelling, and it's why I chose the picture that I chose for today's graphic for today's show.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and again, when the way they describe it, I didn't know if they were speaking of a dungeon and that he was just destined to rot. But then the worm too, the usage of worm on the other side. Yeah, no, it's a serpent. And the adder is the native poisonous snake to Europe. So you'll hear the adder mentioned often, especially in the naming of spears and swords. So chapter 39, the end of Atli and his kinfolk. So now that Atli had gained his mighty victory and spoke to Gudrun, even as mocking her greatly, because these are her brothers that he just killed, or as making himself great before her, Gudrun saith he, thus hast thou lost thy brother, and thy very self has brought it about. So he tells her, you lost your brothers, and you're the reason for it. She answers in good liking. She answers, in good liking livest thou, whereas thou thrustest these slayings before me, but mayhappen thou wilt. So you live in a world right now where you think you could flaunt this to me, but you will regret this. When thou hast tried what is to come hereafter, and of all I have, the longest lived matter shall be the memory of thy cruel heart, nor shall it go well with thee whiles I live. He answered in return and said, let there be peace betwixt us. I will atone for thy brethren with gold and dear bought things, even though as thy heart may wish. So I could pay their wear price and smooth things out between us. And she says, hard for a long while have I been in our dealings together, and now I say that while Hogni was yet alive, thou mightiest have brought it to pass, but now mayest thou never atone for my brethren in my heart. Yet oft must we women be overborne by the might of you men, and now are all my kindred dead and gone, and thou alone art left to rule over me. Wherefore now this is my counsel, that we make a great feast, wherein I will hold the funerals of my brother and thy kindred withal. So she bids Atli a victory feast for his war and a funeral feast for her brothers. In such wise did she make herself soft and kind in words. So she turns and becomes very agreeable, though far other things forsooth lay there under. But he hearkened to her gladly and trusted in her words, whereas she made herself sweet of speech. So Gudrun held the funeral feast for her brethren, and King Atli for his men, and their victory, and exceedingly proud and great was this feast. But Gudrun forgot not her woe, but brooded over it, how she might work some mighty shame against the king. And at nightfall, she took to her the sons of King Atli, and her as they played about on the floor, the younglings waxed heavy of cheer and asked what she would do with them. She said, "Ask me not. Ye shall die, the twain of you." Then they answered, "Thou mayest do with thy children even as thou wilt, nor shall any hinder thee, but shame there is to thee in doing of this deed." So the children say to her, "You're an adult and you have the power to do this, but it is a heinous thing to kill children." And again, that's the premise of the story versus the reality of the events. So she then she cuts the throats of them in vengeance. Then the king asked where his sons were, and Gudrun answered, "I will tell thee, and gladly thine heart by the telling. Lo, now thou didst make a great woe spring up for me in the slaying of my brothers. Now hearken and hear my rede and my deed. Thou hast lost thy sons, and their heads are become beakers on the board there. And thou thyself hast drunken the blood from them, blended with wine, and their hearts I took and roasted them on a spit, and thou hast eaten them thereof." So the story is jumping here, but again, I think that this is more of an audience point of where everyone is just like, "Oh, dang," like they just kind of get that reaction because she says she has made their skulls into bowls, and that she has fed him their hearts. But there's no sense of time between the two. And I don't think that, the poem's just pushing that out there so that the audience just is, "Oh, and then what is he going to do next?" And this was the entertainment of that age. There was just this back and forth. It caught much of the grimness and the darkness of their time. Perhaps even too, the audience didn't or was not accustomed to experiencing this level of violence and intrigue and murder. But the audience still took it was, so shocking. King Atli answered, "Grim art thou, in thou hast murdered thy sons and given me their flesh to eat. And little space passes betwixt ill deed of thine and ill deed." Gudrun said, "My heart is set on doing to thee of as great shame as may be. Never shall the measure ill be a full for to such a king as thou art. I will always think of your ill, and never will it be enough to shame you and to hurt you like you've hurt me. Worser deeds hast thou done than men have to tell of," Atli says, "and great unwisdom is there in such fearful reeds. Most meet are thou to be burned on the bale, when thou hast first been smitten to the death with stones. So your body's going to be cast on a funeral pyre after we pelt you with stones. For in such wise wouldst thou have what thou hast gone a weary way to seek." She answered, "Thine own death thou foretellest, but another death is fated for me." So, no, the death you're speaking of for me is not to come. Mine has already been foretold, but your death is coming. And many words were spoken in wrath between them. Now, Hogni had a son left alive. His name was Niblung, and great wrath of the heart he bare against King Atli. And he did Gudrun to wit that he would avenge his father, and she took his words well, and they fell to counsel together thereover, and said, would be great a good hap if it might be brought about. So that also kind of again proves that there is a great amount of time after the feast where she even gets in contact with her brother's son, her nephew, and he has grown into a strong and stout-hearted warrior, and he wants revenge against Atli. Now she's helping him get there. So on a night when the king had drunken, and he got him into bed, and when he laid asleep thither, to him came Gudrun and the son of Hogni, Niblung. Gudrun took a sword and thrust it through the breast of the king, Atli, and they both of them set their hands to the deed, both she and Hogni's son. Then Atli the king awoke with his wounds and cried out, "No need of binding or salving here. Who art thou that hast done the deed?" Gudrun says, "Somewhat have I. Gudrun wrought therein, and somewhat withal the son of Hogni." So again, you see, here's another example of the theatrics of it. In the darkness of the night, he wakes up and says, who's done the deed? And she explains herself and her nephew. Atli says, "Ill it beseemed to thee to do this, though somewhat of wrong was between us. For thou wert wedded to me by the rede of thy kin, and dower paid I for thee. 30 goodly knights and seemly maidens, and many men besides, and yet wert thou not content? But if thou should rule over the lands King Butli owned, and my mother-in-law full of thou lettest sit a weeping." So he basically says, the fault of you coming to me really is at the fault of your family and your brethren. And yet I paid the dowry. I gave for the loss of you from your family, I gave over 20 men and 20 maidens. And yet you still were not content with the lot of your life. So you can kind of see some of the dynamics there of marriage. But Gudrun says, "Many false words have you spoken. You're lying. And of all not I account them oft. Indeed, I fell of mood, but much didst thou add thereto." So yes, I was saddened when I got here, but you added more. "Full oft in this thy house did frays befall, and kin fought kin, and friend fought friend, and made themselves big one against the other. Better days had I when I was abode with Sigurd, when he slew kings and took their wealth to us, but gave peace to whomso would. And the great men laid themselves under our hands, and might we gave to him of them who would have it. Then I lost him, and all little thing was it that I should bear a widow's name. But the greatest of griefs that I should come to thee, I who aforementioned the noblest of all kings, while for thee thou never bearest out the battle aught but the worser lot." So she's speaking about Sigurd's nobility. She's speaking about the fact that he was kind when people asked for his forgiveness and was wrathful for those who stood up against him. But Atli was always wrathful and encouraged discord amongst his men, and again, this is her accusations, and that he always backed the side that was going to win. So she's calling him craven and just a bad king. King Atli answered, "Not true are thy words, nor will this our speech better the lot of either of us, for all is fallen now to naught. But now do to me in seemly wise and array my dead corpse in a noble fashion." Remember, too, seemly means honorable. It's the Germanic equivalent to the word honor or honorable. So he's asking, do the honorable thing and make sure at least to give my body a noble funeral. And she says, "Aye, that will I," she says, "and let make for thee a goodly grave, and build for thee a worthy abiding place of stone, and wrap thee in fair linen, and care for all that needful is." So even despite all of this, she will bury him in a barrow, wrapping him in linens, and doing as to accord. And I don't know if this is referencing to the accord of his people, which I don't think by this time is correct. It's just, again, the barrow mound in general. So therewithal he died, and she did according to her word. And then they cast fire into the hall and burned the hall. And when the folk and the men of the estate awoke amid the dread and trouble, not would they abide the fire, but smote each other down, and died in such wise, so there Atli the king and all his folk ended all their days. But Gudrun had no will to live longer after this deed was wrought, but nevertheless her ending day was not yet to come upon her. Now the Völsungs and the Gjukings, as folk tell in tale, have been the greatest hardest and the mightiest of all men, as ye may well behold, written in the songs of old times. But now with the tidings just told, where these troubles stayed. So this is kind of starting to come down into the ending. It's the post effects of a lot of these things as they happen. And again, the tragic figure of Gudrun, her kind of being the secondary wife to Brynhild, and then her life, and we know historically Attila was not slain in his bed. His younger children were not slain. He had older children, though he might have actually been slain by a wife, which is interesting.
Yeah, I thought he was slain in his bed. I thought he ended up getting poisoned.
Yes, I thought it was a vat of alcohol that was, or that he was drowned.
Yeah, I thought he choked in his own vomit.
Yeah, something of that. Yeah, that's.
Sorry, Attila, that wasn't a nice way to put it, but I'm just saying, like, I thought that's what happened.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
The idea that he wasn't slain by his wife. He wasn't slain by a wife from the Western Germanic tribes or what have you. The story is generally that his wife at the time was either of his people, but that he drank a great amount of alcohol and was possibly poisoned or died from alcohol poisoning and subsequent vomit from the throat. But his sons were older, and they ended up separating a lot of his kingdom up, and that's ultimately what brought a lot of it down, was internal warring. So there you can see this was not seen as a historical point, and in truth, the people hearing the story might not have even known of Attila the Hun. It was simply Atli, the character in the story. Chapter 40, Gudrun cast herself into the sea, but was brought ashore again. This woman just can't. Ugh. So Gudrun had a daughter by Sigurd, and her name was Swanhild. She's mentioned earlier. She was the fairest of all women. So now she's grown up. Eager-eyed as her father, so that few durst look under her the brows of her, as far did she excel other womankind, as the sun excels all other lights in heaven. But on a day went Gudrun down to the sea and caught up stones in her arms and went out into the ocean. For she had will to end her life, but mighty billows drave her forth along the sea, and by means of their upholding was she borne along till she came at last to the burg, to the castle of King Jonakr, a mighty king and a lord of many folk. And he took Gudrun as his wife, and there they had children, Hamdir and Sorli, Erp, maybe it's Erper, and there was Swanhild nourished withal. So she does meet King Jonakr, and he takes her as a wife, plucking her from the sea. They have kids, and most likely she tells him, I have a daughter as well. Her name is Swanhild, and she comes to live with them. The wedding and the slaying of Swanhild. So even though that last chapter kind of leaves pretty good, there's more that Brunhild said was going to befall her. Chapter 41 of the wedding and the slaying of Swanhild. Eormenrek was the name of a mighty king of those days. This is the Gothic king, Amalric. And it's just converted in Norse. And it's worth noting that the J in the beginning of a word is generally a double E sound. So it's more like enormous. And it means a great king, the great or powerful or large king. Eormenrek was the name of a mighty king of those days, and his son was called Randver. Now, this king called his son to talk to him and said, Thou shalt fare on an errand of mine to King Jonakr with my counselor Bikki, for with King Jonakr is nourished his princess, or his daughter-in-law or stepdaughter is Svanhild. And she is the daughter of Sigurd the Fafnir's Bane. And I know for sure that she is the fairest maid dwelling under the sun of this world. Her above all others would I have to wife, and thou shalt go woo her for me. So again, bear this in mind. This is the time we see this where the emissary of the one, and the reasoning for that, most people might think is cowardly or misplaced, is it was seen as a safer way. If you were to go and attempt to woo someone's daughter and they disagreed with it, they could very well kill you. But they couldn't kill someone who wasn't gaining out of this situation. So that's why this practice was done.
There's a certain diplomatic immunity with messengers.
Right. Can't kill the messenger.
That is universally understood and more often than not respected.
Yeah, except for the Spartans, they were like, no. But then they sent 2 of their own messengers to get sacrificed in return. That's a funny story. Anyways, so the king says, this is an alliance of great honor for a man of fame he is. So now we have oh, excuse me, wait a minute. Did I miss the yes, no, to be shown let me see. Where did I jump that far? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Ranver answered, "Meet and right, fair lord, that I should go on thine errands." So the king set forth this journey in seemly wise, and they fare till they came to King Yonaker's abode, and behold Swanhild, and have many thoughts concerning the treasure of her goodliness. So he agrees and says, "I will do your bidding." He goes forward, and clearly she is what he has heard. But on a day, Ranver called the king to talk with him and said, "Jormunrek, the king of my people," in essence, is kind of the thing, because you're hearing all the usage of the word Konig or king thrown here a lot. And it is because the concept of lands. So the king of his people would fain be thy brother-in-law, for he has heard tell of Swanhild, and his desire it is to have her as wife. Nor may it be shown that she may be given to any mightier man than this one. So my king, Jormunrek, wants to wed your stepdaughter, but he says, no, there are no better suitors out there than him. And the king says, "This is an alliance of great honor for a man of fame he is." So this is, again, to more of a political point that I think the nobility really played a heavy hand in. Was war cost men's lives, marriages cost women's placement. And again, sometimes it was good and sometimes it was not good. Gudrun says, "A wavering trust, the trust in luck that changed not. Yet because of the king's furthering and all the matters that went herewith, is the wooing accomplished. And Swanhild went to the ship with goodly company and sat in the stem beside the king's son." So she's Gudrun disagrees, but it's kind of out of her hands. And Swanhild goes, and most likely too, she's of age. She's probably looking to get married to a king to ensure that she stays in high station and that, all is well. If she was to stay too long in her, father or stepfather and mother's kingdom, it would again look unseemly. And perhaps after they pass, she may get less or nothing once the prince came in. And I think this is just kind of a general idea of the way the politics worked. So she gets on the boat and she sits, and the messenger, Bikki, says to Ranver the prince, "How good and right it were if thou thyself had a wife so lovely a woman, rather than the old man." So she's so young, she's so beautiful. Wouldn't it be great if you had her as a wife and not your father? Good seemed that word to the heart of the king's son, and he spake to her with sweet words, and she to like him wise. So they travel back and they are falling in love. So they came a land and go unto the king, and Bikki said to him, "Meet and right it is, Lord, that thou shouldest know what is befallen, though hard it be to tell. For the tale must be concerning thy beguiling, whereas thy son has gotten to him the full love of Swanhild, nor is she other than his harlot. But thou let not the deed be unavenged." So here Bikki is playing both sides. Now many an ill rede had he given the king or this, but of all his ill redes did this sting home the most. And still would the king hearken to all his evil redes, that whereof he who might now wise still the wrath within him cried out that Radvert should be taken and tied up to the gallow trees. So everyone there that's counseling him and giving him rede says, no, this is terrible. He shouldn't have done it. My king, he's betrayed you. So he orders him to be taken to the gallows trees. And as he was led to the gallows, he took his hawk and plucked a feather from it and bade show it to his father. And when the king saw it, then he said, now may folk behold that he deemeth my honor to be gone away from me, even as the feather from or of this hawk. And therewith he bade deliver him from the gallows. So at this point, he shows him a hawk's feather like a bird losing a feather. He says this is him saying, I'm losing great honor. So he changes his mind. He backs out of it. But in that, while had Bikki wrought to his will, and Ranver was dead slain. So let me see here. But in that, while had Bikki wrought his will, and Ranver was dead slain. So Bikki ends up killing Ranver. I mean, it's not so outright to say. Because Bikki ultimately wanted Ranver dead, and this is, again, just like a political machination after the story of Gudrun. And moreover, Bikki spake, against none hast thou more wrongs to avenge thee of than against Swanhild. Let her die a shameful death. I, said the king, we will do after thy counsel. See, this is where it gets a little confusing. The idea being that his father lets loose his son, but then Ranver is slain. And then Bikki turns the king against Swanhild because she fell in love with him as well. It's like he wasn't the only one a part of this. It was her too. She was supposed to be your wife. You should kill her as well. And he says, yes, we will do thy counsel. So she was bound in the gate of the keep, and a horse there driven at her to tread her down. But when she opened her eyes wide, then the horse durst not trample her. So this is the same thing. The gallows, he doesn't go to the gallows, so he is slain. And I'm assuming it means Bikki kind of arranged it with slayers. And then here the horse is running towards Swanhild, and it doesn't. Presumably because of her beauty or her countenance. But it does not trample her. So when Bikki beheld that, he bade draw a bag over the head of her, and they did so, and therewith she lost her life. So yeah, there's the countenance. Her beauty was so astounding that the horse couldn't trample her, so they put a bag over her head to hide her beauty, and thus she was trampled. So now Gudrun is going to find out that her daughter was slain, all because of the machinations of this Bikki. Gudrun sends her sons to avenge Swanhild. Now Gudrun heard of the slaying of Swanhild, and spake to her sons, why sit ye here in peace amid many words, whereas Jormunrek hath slain your sister and trodden her under foot of horses in shameful wise? No heart ye have in you like to Gunnar and Hogni, my brothers. Verily, they would have avenged their kinswoman. So another point is the women folk, for good or for ill, are urging, pushing forward a lot of the machinations going on as well. They are very much behind the scenes, kind of you setting standards, and those standards create action. This is my daughter, bear in mind too, is the daughter of Sigurd, was just slain by this Jormunrek, and you guys are, doing nothing. You should go. Hamdir answered, little didst thou praise Gunnar and Hogni, whereas they slew Sigurd. So you speak a lot of praise towards your brothers, but you didn't when you were talking about how they slayed your husband. And thou wert reddened in the blood of him. And ill were thy brethren avenged by the slaying of thine own sons. Yet not so ill a deed where it was for us to slay King Jormunrek. And so hard thou pushest on this, that we may not abide thy hard words. So ultimately, and also bear in mind as the audience, this is the overarching curse of the treasure, the curse of the name, the very befallment of Sigurd's line, including his wife and everything. It's, again, to the audience of our ancestors, this was a great tragedy of deaths happening without being avenged, brothers killing husbands, and so it leaves her in this maelstrom of where her loyalties lie. I mean, it's just, it would be very, very bad in relation to the way our ancestors would hear this. And I keep bearing that in mind, just as seeing the little snippets of Old Norse on the side versus kind of this older English style translation. So they say, you were pushing this hard, but we can't take your words too harshly, considering all the trouble that has befallen before. Gudrun went about laughing now and gave them to drink from mighty beakers, and thereafter she got for them great bairnies or chainmail and good and all other weed of war. So weed is kind of like in relation to the word tweed. It means clothing or fabrics of war. So it's a poetic word for accoutrements, helmets, pauldrons, bit, bridle, spear, all of that. Then spoke Hamdir, lo now, this is our last parting, for thou shalt hear tidings of us and drink one grave ale over us and over Swanhild. So they are going to do this. They're going to go and avenge their mother's daughter, but they say, we're not going to come back from this. And so therewith they went their ways. But Gudrun went unto her bower with a heart swollen with sorrow and spoke, to 3 men was I wedded, and the first to Sigurd Fafnirbane, and he was bewrayed and slain, and of all griefs was the greatest grief. Then I was given to King Atli, and so fell was my heart towards him. I slew in fury of my grief his children and mine. Then gave I myself to the sea, but the billows thereof cast me a land. And to this king then I was given. Then gave I Swanhild away out of the land with mighty wealth, and lo, my next great sorrow after Sigurd. For under horses' feet she was trodden and slain. But the grimmest and ugliest of woes was the casting of Gunnar into the worm close, into the pit of snakes. And the hardest was the cutting of Hogni's heart, my little brother. Better would it be if Sigurd came to meet me and I went my ways with him, for he biddeth now behind with me neither son nor daughter to comfort me. Oh, mindedst thou, Sigurd, the words we spoke when we went to bed together, that thou wouldst come and look on me, I, even from thine abiding place among the dead. And thus had the words of her sorrow an end. So she does say, why didn't I just die when he died? Why didn't they just kill me as well? Because her suffering just continues on. And the latter end of the kin of the Gjokings. And now telleth the tale concerning the sons of Gudrun. And what I was thinking too is not just the way this is written, is that this may have been written in series, in parts, and only presented as what we would hear today as a page. And I know we're trying to finish the work so that we can move into other things, but I just find it very interesting that the most part that they might have heard was just a page worth of recitation from the skald. So now telleth the tale concerning the sons of Gudrun, that she had arrayed their war raiment in such wise that no steel would bite thereon. So more magic. She puts magic upon their clothing and their battle raiments that no steel could bite them. And she bade them play not with stones or other heavy matters, for that it would be to their scathe if they did so. So in essence, she only has a protection upon them for steel, but stone and wood could kill them. And now as they went on their way, they met Erpr, their brother, and asked him in what wise he would help them. And he answered, even as hands help hands, or feet or foot helps foot, but that they deemed not at all, and slew him there. And then they went their ways, nor was it long, or ever Hamdir stumbled and thrust down his hand to steady himself and spoke therewith. Not but a true thing spake Erpr, for now should I have fallen, had not hand been to steady me. So in this sense, he's saying, I'm here to help hand versus hand, but they don't trust him. They kill him, and then he falls and lands on one hand and says, see, even now, what he was speaking was a lie, because one hand can save itself. I think this is just an interesting little kind of excerpt thrown in. A little after, sorely stumbled, but turned about on his feet, and so stood and spoke. I, now had I fallen, but I steadied myself with my own feet. And they said that they had done evilly with Erp, their brother. But on they fare, and they come to the abode of King Jormunrek, and they went up to him and set on him forthwith. And Hamdir cut both hands from him, and sorely both feet. And then spoke Hamdir, off where the head, if Erp were alive, our brother whom we slew on the way, and found out our deed too late, even as the song says. Off where their head, if Erp were alive yet, our brother the bold, whom we slew by the way, the well-famed in warfare. And again, this also lends me to think that there's much more of a story involving that in relation, but now in this must they turn away from the words of their mother, whereas they had to deal with stones, for now men fell upon them. And they deafened themselves in goodly manner wise, and were scathed of many a man, nor would iron bite on them. But there came there to a certain man, old of aspect and one-eyed, and he spoke. No wise men are ye, whereas ye cannot bring these men to their end. Then the king said, give us rede thereunto, if thou canst. He said, smite them to death with stones. In such wise was it done, for the stones flew thick and fast from every side, which is another reason why I brought up the point of the first round being shot, that they were most likely using slings. And now has come to an end the whole root and stem of the Gyukings. Now may all earls be bettered in mind. May the grief of all maidens ever be minished, for the tale of trouble so told its ending.
Yay!
That's it.
All right. Well, we did it. We have completed all 43 chapters of the Völsunga Saga. Thank you.
Only a half an hour over schedule.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I think this worked out. I think this worked out nice. We do have some questions, but not a ton this evening that I would like to get to.
Right.
All right. From Sarah, good evening, Allsherjargoði and Witan Svan. This is a random question, I know. I'm wondering how much we know about Odin's mom and her family. Svan was excited about this question when we first started, so take it away.
Yeah, when I saw the question come in, I was like, ooh. So it's worth bearing in mind. What I'm about to tell you is my theological and linguistic interpretation, which I think has some bearing, because when you look at other people's kind of shots in the dark, they're all over the place with this. But through my gleaning of this, first off, a lot of folks think that there is only one Jotun, and that Jotun is the middle Jotun, the Jotuns of Ymir, and they speak about the deluge, and that they even say the upper Jotuns were of a higher class, and the lower Jotuns were of a lower class, but they were all swept away save two. So upper or lower, whether that's true or not, Bergelmer is the only one. Bergelmer is the only one with his wife that remains. But there are other Jotuns, and it's better to think of the word Jotun to mean ancient ones. There is the Hrimthurser, or the Jotuns of Niflheim. They are there in the beginning. And there are the Jotuns of Muspelheim, ancient beings intrinsically tied with the realm that they're connected in. And when Av Umla, the cow, her name means without horns, so she is benevolent. She licks the ice. She's the first, she's the feminine, she's the creation. She licks the ice, and out of the ice, she shapes the first Aus. Now, he is, again, kind of portrayed as he's proto in a way, and he is nudged up the ice and into the land of the ice giants, or the ice Jotuns. And remember, in a cosmic sense, Niflheim is proto-matter. It's the place of substance. It's the place of all connection. It's opposite to the land of energy, radiation, fire. And they came together, and in the middle, as they pulled away, there was the great gap. And in the great gap is the tripartite. There is the tree, the giant, and the cow. So again, this is all mythologically analogous to great forces of creation, destruction, and stability. So he moves into the realm of proto-matter, and he disappears from our lore. He's not spoken of, but his name was Buri. Now, Buri, and the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because it is important in naming. Buri is, his name attests to that which is buried, which makes perfect sense. He's under the ice, or he's not buried under the ice, but he comes from the ice. He's shaped from the ice. He's underneath, and then he comes out of the ice. So it says he takes to wife and they have a child, and his name is Bor. So Bor then takes to wife one of the ancient ones of Niflheim, and her name is Bestla. That is Lord Odin's mother. So Bestla, the only other thing we know, she's from Niflheim. She's an ancient being from the proto-matter world of Niflheim, but which is interesting if you think about the possibility that Niflheim might be like Hyperborea. That's a whole nother thing. I'm just throwing that out there just to give some people some thoughts about it. But he goes amongst the Jotuns of Niflheim. He takes his wife Bestla, but then he realizes in the center of the Great Gap there is the tree. He will go there. He will take his wife, and she. The only thing other than that is mentioned that her father's name is Bolthorn. So she is Bestla, Bolthorn's daughter. And there's not much beyond that, but let's look at the name. And this is where, again, the name of Buri and the name of Bor and Bestla, and why through what I'm going to propose here, and it is my belief, is what I'm setting up is at this point, Bor, his name means to lift, to bear, to hold. He moves forward and takes Bestla, and it is soon realized that Ymir's presence at the tree is going to shake creation. It's going to shake all of the stasis. So she has 3 children who are one. They are triplets. They are born at the same time. There is Odin, Vili, Ve. Anybody wondering why Odin is different than the 2 others is because linguistically the WV was dropped off by the late Nordic period. So just as easily to state, Vodin, Votan, Vili, Ve would not stick out, but that's more grammatical than anything else. It's not necessarily religious significance. Well, the 3 come down and slay Ymir and create the deluge, and all the Jotuns upon him are flooded. So we can already see this is bigger than just simply beings. This is worlds and cosmos. At this point, there is the general view I believe our ancestors saw was that the gods were living in the center in a heavenly mountain range, Himmenberger. They were living upon and above, and Ausgarður is there with the tree. So, of a general sense, Bor, I believe, is the one who lifts up Bestla, and Bestla becomes the heavenly realm. So they cosmically sacrifice their being to extend further in a different form. And they lift up the land and become the heavenly realm, because the name Bestla, if you look it up on Wikipedia, everybody says it means like bark, or I can't remember some of the other stuff. It's nowhere near, but to beset. The Indo-European word for, thank you, Nick, besetjana, the besetting of things. And on top of that, if you look even in Old Norse, the word besti means to bast, or like to bast in the sun, to lay down in the sun. And there is also betra, which means to improve. So there's a lot of words kind of linking here, but again, we got to be careful. You can't, by sound alone, can't do that. But Bestla and to beset, and how far it goes back as a Proto-Indo-European word, I believe that she is the one who lays out her body to the heavenly realm. She gives the abode to her children. The tree is upon her, and she is the upper world. So at this point, her soul and Bor's soul, the one who's bearing up, leave their place, but turn into the hawk and the eagle on top of the tree to watch their children. But another point that I like to make is that the strut of heaven, the ermine soul is shaped like a strut. It's shaped like that which is lifted up. And so the stasis of separation between the earth and the heavens needs to be maintained. There is this lifting up or placement. And I believe that the ermine, an initial ermine designation is given first to Bor. All too often, I think a lot of people just discount Bor and Bestla, and they don't look at them as they do in other Aryan religions, where there is a Deus Pater and a Deus Mater, and they pass away, and then the tripartite, the three, are established. And this happens in every single Aryan branch. And people have just completely disrode that or laid it away. And I think that that's not wise. I believe that the proto-aus of cosmic order and natural law are in Bor and Bestla, but they pass on to allow their children to grow forth from there and manage the rest of creation from their place. One of the reasons why this kind of led to that in study and in prayer was that there was theorized that Bor was a mountain, or an original mountain of the Caucasus, or an original mountain of the place of where our folk presided. And again, the Aryan concept of a central mountain, a pillared place, a central axis, and this going along with the name of being bored up, carry up. So I am of belief that Bor and Bestla are a dynamic part that's not talked about in the stories, but is again inferred to as they step away from their positioning and become structured part of the cosmos for their children to proceed. But that's a big point I wanted to bring up. The other big point is the Jotuns of Niflheim and the Jotuns of Muspelheim and the Jotuns of Ymir are different. And so for people to think Jotun bad or the gods mix with Jotuns, no. Lord Odin descends with the blood of Jotuns from Niflheim in him. And he has that. Now, he's not with the ones in the middle, but later on, some of the other gods do take dominion from the middle world, from both the Vanir and the Jotuns. And that's, again, a deeply symbolic reason when the heavenly realm starts to take up dominion from both of those sides in order to keep the middle under control. And the only place that they don't have full control but create law under is with Ayer and Ron, the most proto Jotun base of the middle, which is the blood of Ymir. It's the one place in the tangible physical world where things are old as Ymir. They and have been around since, from the down to the micro to many of the larger animals. So this place is that untapped sense, and the gods have pulled from Vanaheim, they pulled from Jotunheim, but then they lock the center of the ocean, the swirling mass of chaos here in the material, under oath with in the stories. It's, they every day they go and ride and share feast with Aegir, and he's obligated to take them. So the divine are now in his hall, and they have this obligation to each other. So it's very interesting when you see the stories, the way they're written. And I'm saying this because this is how I come to a lot of my insights, is the way that cosmic energy moves. The fact that when they do pull up from the west, when they do pull up from the east, but yet they don't from the middle, but then they create obligation. And that's why it's so important to do so. So that way they can bring the dominion away from chaos and more aligned with themselves. That's a very long, and I could go on and on and on, but she, I believe, is the one who besets and is the body of heaven, and that her soul resides now on the beak of Wind Torn, the eagle, and that they watch from the tree, which is in heaven, not with the roots down in Helgard or what have you that some people are trying to say. So I hope that made no sense. That was a big information dump.
So what I'd like to add, trying to think of the best way to phrase it. We see a couple of kind of interesting parallels. When Ask and Imbla are ennobled, they exist first. Odin, Vili, and Ve don't create them. They transform them. There is an existent thing that they find, described as, driftwood cast up on the shore by the ocean side. And they see these two logs or pieces of wood or whatever that is. They see potential, and they imbue that with certain things. They imbue it with will, with sacrality, and with, animating life force. You see a similar thing. So Svan's right that we have a tendency to try to overextend the metaphor by, over coming up with a biography of these very primal beings. The Jotnar, we see evil, chaos, destructive Jotnar in a variety of forms. We see Jotnar that, intermarry with our gods and, become aligned with the Aesir. You see Jotnar who are a variety of different things. There's some that are just evil and bad and chaotic, but there's many that are old and wise and magical and representing something older and something more primal. And you see all things in between. You see ones that are hideous and you see ones that are beautiful. There's something special that happens with Buri and with Bor and with the progeny there. You see this process of emerging consciousness. There's a existing group of beings sprung out of the like sweaty pits of Ymir, and when he's licked, uncovered and emerges from the ice and nourished by a Dumla, Bor has to there's a certain level of refinement we see through that very, very rough beginning tale in our cosmos. But once he really is differentiated as a being and is the progenitor of our folk and our gods and our existence and, our understanding of the cosmos, he has to mate with something. He's not just licking stuff out of ice or, spewing forth kids out of his armpits. He's got to, this comes into something that we do understand. There's the coupling of a man and a woman and production of the next generation. And he does this with the females around him. There's not like racial divides of people. There's the existent life around him, and there is him with the first spark of godhood to kindle that in the, loving coupling of that, the male with the female, to produce the foundational forces of Odin, Vili, and Ve. And through choosing a wife amongst the living beings around him and elevating her through their coupling, through their association with one another, and through the exchange of their vital forces, they produce, the first of the Aesir, and they are able to produce this coupling of this really special spark of divine consciousness with, the ancient primal life force that's there, with one chosen amongst that's living, that's, he sees something appealing in, something beautiful, some potential for something more. And through his, coupling with her, he raises her up, and he raises her up through the positioning of her being the mother of the king of the gods. And there's something very special in that. And she's able to serve a really special purpose through that. He lifts her up and pulls her out of the primordial and into something conscious, something
ordered. Yeah.
Yes, he pulls her into order. And that's one of what we see so often in the mundane is order versus chaos. And for, 99% of the time, that is absolutely the right positioning. But at a higher level, with nobility, with godhood, it's not always a fighting of chaos. Sometimes it is a manipulation of a shaping of chaos into order, a transmuting the chaotic or the base metal into the noble metal. And that process we see a number of times. Gununga Gap there's a subtle little linguistic thing. It's not just a wide open space, but there's like the implication that it's pregnant with potentiality. Taking the primal chaos and from it shaping order is a theme we see over and over again. We see it with the slaying of Ymir and breaking him down into components and shaping a beautiful, ordered world, ordered existence out of his corpse. We see, again, taking the driftwood and ennobling that into the first Aryan man and woman. We see this here with him choosing to mate with a primal giantess and bring her into order. And we see that a lot in the tradition, and blame it on the patriarchy or whatever. It's a thing. You see the man take the woman from her people and her tribe and her family and bring her into his family, bring her into his realm, and she becomes something else. We see that with our gods a lot when they take Jotun brides and bring them into alignment with the Aesir, into alignment with order, in a sense, elevate them and level them up to part of cosmic purpose and not chaotic disillusion or chaotic, consumption and excretion stuff, but bring them into something better. And I think that's what you see here. And I think the product of that coupling is, the king of our gods and his brothers. And that's really special at that moment. And I think we see her elevated from something lesser and more base into something more noble through her marriage, through her coupling, and through her great honor of being able to be the mother of Odin. And I think that's a really special thing we see with her.
You said about the truth of it is that men do take these women into their families, and you see this reflected. And I think it's really important for folks to understand the allegories going on. But at some point, whether it was right away or later, her brother shows up, and that is Mimir, Lord Odin's uncle. And that is another reflective point of Aryan tribal kind of politics. You would take the wife, but the uncle could show up and was kind of also in hands with helping raise the son. And the stories, as they were told, would be understood by these kind of rules. And
that's an important note here to think of. We all do it. Svan and I do it. I do it all of the time. We have human minds, so we construct the picture of our gods in ways that are easy for us to understand and comprehend. The idea that in reality there's some giant Mimir, hey sis, let me sit your son upon my knee and teach him things. And I'm making fun of you as much as I'm making fun of me, because this is how we relate.
Right.
In reality, these are grand cosmic forces, and the physical picture of exactly what that looks like is different, but the understanding and the truth of it is maintained. The folks who wrote down this lore in this way understood that the maternal uncle, that was often the thing. He had a special part in raising the child and teaching. You know, I don't know how it was with girls, but especially with teaching, you know, a boy child, how to, you know, less like fostering them as they became men. And that's an important thing. This ties together that first generation of Aesir with this really special spark of godhood, but also with the ancient and the primal and the ancestral memory of creation and of all of those processes that come before. And it imbues that into the Aesir. And I think, you know, in Svan's conception of Bor structuring things vertically and Bestla structuring things horizontally in a way, the concept with that of what the root of Aesir is, and the root of Aus is like a pillar or a structural beam that a building or a complex exists because of, or what holds up the existence. I think that's very fitting in that. And that's, you know, for anybody that might not know, that is what Aus means. It means like a beam or a pillar that's the main structural support of something. You know, the pole that a tent is constructed around, or the beam that a roof is built upon. But yeah, so I think that's a special thing about it. And it's something that kind of, you know, whatever, it wasn't something I don't think I thought as deeply on until I saw the question asked. And I'm really glad that you asked the question, because I think these are corners of our lore that often we don't ponder, or they're not, you know, in our face as something to really spend a lot of time thinking on. So one of our audience on Twitter felt the need to reach out and tell you, Svan, that knot in your tie is legendary.
This gets a lot of attention, and
I have a really hard. So inside baseball on Matt. This is the angle that is 100% straight of my arm. This is as close to my tie as I can get my right dominant hand. I can't touch my tie knot with my right hand unless I lean into it, or unless I use the other hand to pull it into it, because I have a joint injury in my elbow. So it is really difficult for me to tie a tie. You may wonder, like, my top button isn't buttoned because I can't do it with this, and it's kind of silly to watch me try with my left hand. So tying ties is difficult for your Allsherjargoði. And tying one of these meaty ties with the full Windsor, I always used to do a half Windsor, but Svan, I had to up my tie game because of my co-host here. So it is challenging to even get this. It's like my tie ends up short unless I do this with only the tiniest little nubbins on the end. So it's process to look my best for you folks, and I will gladly endure it. But yeah, knowing how difficult it is for me to get this tie done, it is hard for me to wrap my head around the tie that you come to the show with, Svan.
Well, and I noticed too, our ties are very similar.
They are tonight.
Yeah, and strangely enough, I just realized this like a couple days ago. This is from the Donald Trump uh, signature collection. But I was going to say one thing there on the back. You have two. This the way that you make these leaves you without the second one, and that
How do you
often
choke it
makes
up if you get slack?
well.
I
And
did the second one, but because of my torso, it's not long enough, so I got to tuck it into
oh,
my
you tuck it into the yeah. Okay, so you're kind of dealing with the same thing. It's one piece of fabric.
I mean, I've got this little nubbins on the end, and depending, I didn't realize until I started tying this fancy tie that they are different lengths, but they are. So I've never bought them according to length. I don't know how to really measure that, and I've never seen an indication on it. I have a couple of Trump ties, unfortunately, and I didn't realize this at the time. I have some Diddy ties as well.
What? He has a tie? Like
Yeah, he's got his own like Sean John.
I
I end up getting some loud colored things sometimes, and the ebon hued gentlemen tend to like the bright colors in their fancy clothes. So I have come about a couple of those. I didn't know I was looking on the back of the tie, and I'm like, Sean John, what's this? So, but yeah, I do have some Trump ones also.
That's funny.
So,
and you can find it on YouTube. It's very accessible. It's not some mystical secret.
Oh, it may not be a secret. It is in fact mystical. I think getting that tie to get pulled off is a big get, and we get a lot of compliments on your ties, Swan.
That's awesome. That's what it's there for.
That counts. So, joking aside, no, but it shows you put in effort. I see some of these people on their YouTube channels or whatever else, and they look like they just rolled out of bed, and they're not realizing this is a visual medium. I appreciate that our folk that come on the program make an effort to present themselves, putting their best foot forward, and I appreciate that a lot. So Dom Barnes, I realized that I am too loyal to people who have different autonomy. What are some ways I can keep that from happening? By the way, hi guys. Hi, Dom. So I was thinking about this. This is when I was, waxing philosophic about the tragedy of the conflicting loyalties and such as being a big theme about this work and other of our epic poems. So do you have any thoughts on this, Swan?
I mean, again, you have friends, but you can try to read the people better before you lay your loyalties down. I'm not saying that their autonomy and loyalties to other things is bad, but let's say it's just not something worth you putting your time and effort into. I'm not going for the worst case scenario. I'm just going for the more mild scenario where you meet someone and you realize they're really into or have loyalty or connection to or driven by something, and you really know that's not that important, or it's not really your thing, or that's a sign, an indicator to keep things at a distance. And there's nothing wrong with you being an acquaintance and you being friendly and kind, but loyalty is something you should reserve and dish out to someone who you mesh with. And once you do create that frith between each other, it should be like a fence. When they're gone, it's like the fence is broken. And likewise for you as well. So it is a very, very valuable commodity that you provide to other people. So definitely try to read the room before you apply your loyalty to them.
I would say, I don't know if this answers the question or not. there's a couple of things. I think having wisdom and foresight before you pledge your loyalty is important. But I think that sometimes you're going to find yourselves in spots where you are obliged to be loyal when people don't deserve it or to people that suck. And I think one of the things that is important, at least in your mindset about how, because some of that has to do with duty. Sometimes you're in a spot where you find yourself, you're on the wrong team, but you still got to do your part or whatever. There is a way to approach that stoically with knowing that you make certain choices and choosing to be loyal anyway, even when you realize that somebody is not worthy of it, for the principle of the loyalty or for your personal example and your personal dignity. And I think there's a measured way to do that. I don't say, a lot of our lore, and I think that one thing that we say suffer from, but I don't think that's fair. A cause and effect of when our lore is told the way that it is in the heroic cycle. Everything is written in absolutes. Everything is the most kicked up to notches beyond any form of reality. Every battle is the most epic struggle of whatever. Everything is in the most stark terms. It's always the saga of not even the greatest hero that exists, but of like the most pretend version of that we can do to exemplify a point. That's very instructive for children. It's instructive in a very broad way for all of us, but I don't think that we stop and dial it back to real things that real people do. There's you doing your job, you doing what you signed on to do, you doing it for a period of time that was agreed upon, and then saying, cool, I'm out. I served you well because we agreed that that's what I was going to do. And now I'm done. I don't want any part of what you got going on, is a real thing you face in your life. You're not always in a to the death, die for your Lord, even though he turns out to be a dirtbag thing. And I'm not suggesting you extend your loyalty like that. But sometimes you make deals with people that you know may not fulfill their end, and you still do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and because people are watching you and people are judging you. And that's true. There's a big difference between constantly feeling betrayed because you go into situations naive and assuming that everybody is going to be the kind of person you are. It seems like you have matured to a point where you have outgrown that and you understand some of the deeper sorrow that comes with betrayal. In life, sometimes you choose to give people opportunities to surprise you, knowing that the odds are they might not hold up their end of the bargain. Sometimes you knowingly make trades that are not advantageous to you to give people the opportunity. If you don't, you find yourself very, very cut off from those around you. And I say this, and I know a lot of the stuff I'm saying is very abstract, and it's hard because I don't know the circumstances you're talking about. You don't want to be made a fool of. You don't want to, be a cuck. You don't want to whatever. But what I've learned a lot as a Gothi is sometimes you give people a chance to be successful, even when you know objectively the odds are low. Sometimes you extend a certain amount of grace with, extending them a courtesy or extending them an agreement to give them the opportunity. But if you know that going in, you can prepare contingencies and you can prepare yourself. It's hard when you go in assuming the best of everyone you engage with, because there's degrees of loyalty. There's, I swear a blood oath to always be, your most stalwart, whatever, and I'll die with you. There's a lot of that, but there's subtle loyalty things you engage in every day with your employer, with a romantic partner, with a friend of yours, with anyone you go into an endeavor with. Sometimes you have to take chances on things that there's decent odds they're not going to hold up their end. Knowing that going in, choosing how much you're willing to extend out of courtesy, and knowing where that line is, I think is a more healthy way to do that. You're going to put your heart into things if you're a good person to a degree. But there's a different, I've learned in my life at least, there is a different feeling when you went into it knowing, okay, and what I'm babbling about now may not make any sense. It's like loaning a friend money or loaning family money. A lot of people get in a really bad spot because they do that. One of the wisdoms that I've heard about it is, yeah, you sign up and loan the money or whatever, but internally, no, you wrote that off as a gift. If they pay you back, awesome. But the odds of that are kind of low, and you're willing to accept that if that's what the eventuality is. That is a much more healthy place for you to be than you to trust that, nope, they're going to pay me back and I'm counting on it and my whole life's depending on it, and then they betray you and then it's a huge wound. What I think with some of your loyalty when you extend it, until somebody has earned it and you have high degree of confidence they're going to repay it, count some of it as a gift up front. And if they repay you, awesome. And if they don't, okay, well, you gave them a shot and it's a nice thing to do. Looking at it with that kind of objectivity, and I say this a lot, one of the key things about nobility in an Aryan context is that you can choose, you don't owe anybody anything. You owe people what you commit to, certainly. You owe your ancestors things. You owe people obligations that they've already earned from you. But you don't owe people forgiveness. You don't owe people opportunities. You don't owe people things in that sense. That said, you have the freedom and the willpower to choose when you want to extend a kindness. I think if you look at some of your benevolence in your life as you choosing to extend a kindness in a hope that someone will rise to the occasion, but without the expectation that they will, I think it positions you in a much more healthy place emotionally to continue to choose when you want to make a bet on something or when you don't. I hope that made some sense. I don't think that it maybe made sense in my head. But yeah, what I would caution against is becoming jaded. It is very easy when you are surrounded by people that don't hold themselves to the same moral standards that you do, for you to take a jaded position and for you to become less than you ought to be because you are surrounded by people below you. And it's funny how I see some of these things tie in, kind of like I was talking with Bor and Vesla. There is a beautiful nobility in taking something with potential that's not there yet and helping to elevate them to their best self or to an actualized version of themselves. If you can do that with people, great. But if you're surrounded by people that don't have that Aryan nobility that you have, don't let yourself be drugged down to their level to where, nah, screw that. Nobody's loyal to me. I'm not loyal to anybody else. I'm just out for number one. That's a shame if you allow the world to do that to you. Don't. Keep your loyalty. Keep an eye out for those worthy of wholeheartedly extending it to, but also hold an open place in your heart for people that you give an opportunity to rise to the occasion. Don't bet more than you're willing to lose on it, but place those bets strategically in the hopes that they pay off. And sometimes they do. Hope that made some sense. Anyways, Finn Wraith asks, can being closer to the gods or being connected to ancestors or just being more spiritual help with self-discipline and succeeding at life? Svan, go for it.
Yes, and I think that one flows down from the other. Your spirit helps your mind. Your mind helps your body, or perhaps it could be seen as a triangle, if you will, with each one kind of needing their own catering in order to hold each other up. I think it is more one-sided for me to say that it's one's downstream of the other. No, yeah, it's a stabilized triangle of three healthy things, but your spirit is one of those, and if you remove that, it crumbles. You know, when I first got into Asatru, I remember I was very young, and my runic teacher was talking about giving prayers to Lord Thor before working out. Something as simple as that. And there was this culmination of spiritual mixed with physical. And even in cultural events. And what it really is it's about bringing your three aspects into alignment, where you have your spiritual, and it's not perfect. You're attempting to maintain alignment, maintain conviction, maintain truth and understanding, and moving forward and trying to learn more. But it's the same with your intellect or your mental capacity, and it's the same with your body, trying to constantly hone or shape, and certainly just not letting it wither into misuse or neglect. I think it is a huge part of helping folks overcome things and understand things and clearly get better. And ultimately, it's not so much the spiritualism or if you accept the gods into your heart, you're going to be healed of all woes. That's a snake oil sale. That's a snake oil sales pitch. What it is that you start yourself on the road to improving yourself with the hopes that the holy gods, the great cosmic powers we were talking about, notice you and make worthy of, like, they note in worth your resolve. So I think a lot of people don't understand that, or the attraction that some religions have where they can say some words or do some things and they're instantly just absolved. Whereas our faith is like, no, now it's the beginning. Now you have to start maintaining, you want to hold true. And as you do so, you're not alone. And two, it starts to formulate your life around you. The full moon that, is coming to pass right now, being the midsummer moon. I don't see the year as like, oh, what day is this? It's July 11th. No, it's midsummer moon, and we're preparing to do this, and we're gonna go there, and I think it frustrates my wife to no end that I see kind of a lot in the mythical sense, but I think it's important for us to do that, and that there is so much more meaning. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have the responsibility of seeing the calendar date and what you're doing, but when you start to integrate into it, it does tie you to other things, and it does make you see the world in different ways, and it does motivate you in different ways for the better, as long as you maintain troth to the Aesir and give homage to and honor to your ancestors. Absolutely starts to change and create and formulate yourself in a disciplined life.
So the simple answer to your question is yes.
Yes.
No, all of those things do help you. But one of the aspects of that first, I think those things help you in general. I think being aware of, appreciative of, and pious towards the gods, the ancestors, and your spiritual development generally, that's all to the good. There's nothing bad about that. That is obviously going to yield positive results. I think that everything else remaining the same, you being aware of that and you being respectful, your life will be better for it. I think everything remaining the same and you being respectful and you asking for help, you will get some help. But I think the best thing about it is you wanting to rise to the occasion. What I think is special is calibrating yourself to higher standards than just the people around you. What happens in a world without spirituality, without religion, without belief in afterlife or belief in the gods, your bar is set very low. It's very hard to attune yourself to accomplishment, to things that are eternal, to honor, to glory, to all of the things that have advanced Western civilization since the very beginning of our folk. It's very easy to sit around and just live a nihilistic, masturbatory existence of whatever kind of makes you happy or you get the most fun out of in a given 24-hour period. You're eating and excreting, and you're not living an elevated existence. When you check in with your ancestors and with the gods, and you see yourself as part of a greater whole that is a continuum of divinity and of ancestry that's eternal back to the very beginning and throughout the rest of existence, and you are trying to build the best place for yourself within that, it forces you to set your standards higher and to calibrate higher. Great people and heroes don't look at the churls around them to judge themselves against. Very quickly, you find yourself the best of that lot, and you can sit and get fat on feeling like you're better than, you're the smartest kid in the special ed class. That's not winning. What is, and it sounds grandiose, but screw it, it is what it is. Setting your standards on things that are so far out of reach or that are whatever, and aspiring to them, you will always be closer than you are if you set your standards low. If you set a low bar and you accomplish it, you won't make it as far as if you set an impossibly unaccomplishable bar, but you're constantly striving towards it. You will be so much closer than if you didn't. It comes to mind that Caesar, seeing a statue of Alexander the Great, he wept in shame because at that point in Alexander's life, he had conquered so much more of the world. And, here's lowly Caesar, just being the dictator of, the Roman Republic. That sounds stupid, but he was a real guy and he did stuff and he looked around. He's the best of all the generals that were his rivals. his civilization that had existed through all of his known memory back into antiquity, back into the days of Troy. He found himself being the top dog there, so he set his sights higher. I think Alexander did something similar, bemoaning his inferiority compared to Achilles. And you have a thing in history where great people look to history, they look to divinity to compare themselves to because they want to raise to something higher. When we're in a wolf age that we're in, and we see people around us that are very often disappointing, it's hard to find something to calibrate ourselves against and to judge our strengths and weaknesses in a way. And I would never want to be impious or express this impiously, but it's one of those things that's the difference between having a personal trainer and not sometimes. Even though people may know exactly what they should do to get in better shape, having somebody that they check in with that holds them accountable accelerates everybody's progress because you can delude yourself easily. When you know that your ancestors are looking on and they are judging you, then you work that much harder to make them proud of you. When you have done something in your life to where you feel that our gods have taken notice of you, how could you let them down and settle for being a loser when you could raise yourself to somebody that they take pride in? Conceiving of yourself in a position to where, because we don't have as much of that in community anymore as we used to. We're working to rebuild that. We have a long way to go. Knowing that your family, both on this side and on the other side of the veil, looks to you as an example and judges you, that matters. That matters to a noble person. Knowing that our gods are examining you and, you are calling their notice to you. There's something scary about standing before divinity and asking them to take notice of you. Because they may not pay attention to you one way or another. But you calling attention to yourself and saying, hey, here I am. I'm standing before you. Take notice of who I am, and I hope that you find me worthy. Yeah, but what if they don't? You have to contend with, you need to rise to a certain standard. And I think that is immensely beneficial if you take up the challenge. And I would encourage everyone to do that. Certainly every man to do that and to stand before your gods and your ancestors to invite them to judge you. And if you're scared of what that outcome is, then you need to step up your game and you need to be aware of your desire to make them proud of you or to take note of you and be pleased with what they see. When you can calibrate your life to where that's how you conceive yourself, and those are the persons that you are seeking approval from, I think that is only positive. Spear of Wotan. Is it appropriate to ask the gods for healing if you have certain traumas, childhood, or otherwise? Svan.
Yes, absolutely. I have a numerous levels of trying to cope with or not cope with things. Just I realized there were different levels of things hurdles I needed to jump over because my mind was defaulting me against or improperly to the way I needed to be. Or worse off, I was thinking that I was so broken, I needed to remedy myself with alcohol or to go. There's a lot of stuff there that needs to be understood. And it's not so much about healing as it is about really coming into awareness of the way you're acting and then having the willpower to change it. And that's the key, I think, that the holy gods, and in particular, the Allsherjar, help in kind of clearing the way of seeing the cause or seeing the root as to what your issues are, and then you overcoming those traumas through recorrecting yourself. And we see it, people understand this completely when we say, oh, it ends with you. You notice something's wrong and you decide, I'm not going to pursue that further, maybe with my children or what have you. It makes perfect sense. But very rarely do people ever conceptualize the idea that you are the person you should be saying that to. It's not just about the next generation. It's, okay, I see why I'm angry. I have anger or what have you. And I'm doing this as a result of it. And that deed is causing problems or doing bad things. I need to go to the source of it. Maybe talk to Gothar, talk to someone, and sort it out so that you can stop penting up anger or depression and acting out in the willful manifestation of whatever those things are constantly breeding. That's a big one. And I believe that the Allsherjar are very, very powerful in helping the healing. It's not just healing of the physical body, and really taking a genuine attempt at healing yourself. Remember, in order to turn off the faucets of the willful deeds you're doing, if you are, something bad has happened, and out of that you are depressed, so because you're depressed you do X. That's the thing you need to kind of get to the core of and work through. And that takes not, it's not so much I'm going to overcome strength and I'm just going to crush all this. No. This is much more subtle. It takes a lot more of a softer hand and a way to kind of work through, to calm down, to piece apart. And I do believe that the Allsherjar are pivotal in healing a lot of trauma. But that trauma, again, is you're not broken. It's that there are incidences in your life that have left you with emotional ghosts, great rifts of emotion, and those emotions have not been contended with. And so then we oftentimes act out, or we feel, sometimes subconsciously, things are happening. And so it is best that we try to get to the core of what's causing these rifts or ghosts or fissures in us that lead us to willfully act out or shut down or hide or what have you.
Yeah, you're the first, I don't know, most obvious thing. Is it appropriate to ask the gods for healing if you have trauma? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I saw in the chat and I heard what Svan said. I think that it is appropriate to ask any of our gods and any of our goddesses to help you to heal in something you're trying to heal. I think in particular, the Allsherjar are a very good choice to reach out to. I think that Lady Air is, the most obvious choice for help in any kind of healing. physical, emotional, spiritual. And I think that what is unfortunate is getting past trauma involves confronting uncomfortable things. You know, Svan says you're not broken. I don't know you. Maybe you are broken. That's scary to think about. Having that conversation with yourself. Are you broken, or do you just have some stuff you need to get over? If you are fundamentally broken, then cool. How do you work with your brokenness to maximize the rest of you that is whole, and how do you make that functional to work towards your goals? If you're not, how do you confront the trauma that you have in a productive way? I think something Svan said makes a lot of sense, in the sense that overcoming trauma isn't a strength Herculean, like I gotta endure this one thing, and if I, slay this one demon, then I'm good. No, you have to have this slow, persistent endurance kind of strength that's very different. You have to forge new habits and retrain yourself on how to respond to stimuli in a different way. That is a strength, but it's a very different strength. It's not a, punch somebody in the face, break through, lift a boulder off yourself thing. It is this endurance and this being able to hold up over very difficult things over a long time until it becomes something that you're accustomed to. And that's hard to do. It also, more than just strength, it takes courage. It takes courage to face and recognize uncomfortable truths about yourself and about your relation to things that you've dealt with in your life. And as always, these questions aren't aimed at the original poster. I really don't know what your situation is. But you mentioned trauma in childhood or otherwise. Okay, so I'm gonna wax philosophic here, because I think it does this on a couple of different levels. Childhood trauma is really tricky because I don't think it's easy to understand. I think objectively it's easy to understand. But if you are afflicted with childhood trauma, it's become a part of you at a developmental stage so early on, it's very hard to conceive of life differently than the way at a very fundamental stage it was baked into you. That's a unique kind of challenge. Trauma you've had as an adult, you can lean on, like, I remember how I was before I had this happen to me. I recognize when that changed. You can at least have that touchstone of knowing something different. But all of those things are very hard to deal with. And this is going to fill in with our last question here. We have a question in between that we'll get to, but the question that just popped up, what are your thoughts on mental health problems and therapy? And I think that goes exactly into what we're talking about. So, yes, it is completely right and appropriate to ask our gods to help you, but with this caveat. I don't think it is appropriate to ask our gods to help you with anything you are not willing to put yourself in to help yourself. Asking them to help carry you that extra bit of the way that you can't, or to help aid you in something you are doing, is important. Sitting there and not even trying and just ask that they magically come and lift you up out of it, I don't think that that's the right place to be mentally to approach our gods and ask for their help. You have to be willing to put forth the effort on your end and hope that they grant you, a boon of their help to get you through what you can't do by yourself. But as far as that rolls into mental health and therapy, what are my thoughts on mental health problems? They're terrible, and they afflict us really different. And I've heard this expressed in far less sympathetic terms, but I think there's a truth to it. Those are like first world kind of problems, because they're problems that affect us differently than immediate survival problems. So I think we are at a point in civilization to where we have a lot of time to contemplate life, to have mental health problems affect our thinking, because we're functioning on a different system. We're not fight or flight, just get by, find stuff to eat, procreate, and be able to not die by tomorrow. We're not in that kind of existence, most of us. So it leaves us a lot of time to sit and think. And sometimes when we're overstimulated all day, every day with infinite stimulus, and then we find ourselves alone, all of the mental health things come out to scare us. And I think it's kind of a place in human history that most people didn't always find themselves. There are a lot of mental health problems out there, but I think once we label certain things as a disease, we fall into throwing our hands up. There's nothing we can do. This is a permanent condition that we can't fix. Like, you can't will yourself out of, having tuberculosis or something. And I think I would caution against that. There are certain things to where you are fundamentally mentally ill, to where you are dangerous and you are broken and there is no fixing you. That's unfortunate, but I want to quarantine that section of the population and not inflict that upon the rest of people. But for a lot of other things, if you are struggling with mental things, I think by the way they categorize that, and so here's kind of a all over the place on it. It is what it is. So, okay. We have extended our diagnosis of mental health problems so broadly now that I'm confident that everyone listening to this broadcast could go in and get diagnosed with a clinical diagnosis of some kind of mental unwellness. I think that's really good if it informs you of an angle of approach to fix a problem or to help you get past something that's hurting you, but not if it enables you to lean on, oh, I'm a victim, I'm busted, give me my disability and I'll just be mentally ill. So it brings the second part of the question, mental health problems and therapy. I think therapy is a great thing, but I think we only conceive of it in the modern West as going to see a psychologist or a psychiatrist and getting that type of therapy. I think likely helps a lot of people, and I have my own concerns about that in the political climate we live in, because I think a lot of their advice and training is unhealthy. But
pushing.
I don't think that's I don't think that speaks to all people in mental health fields. In fact, I know it doesn't. I know some very good people in mental health fields that don't subscribe to that. But what I would say is that therapy, in its fundamental sense, used to apply to a much broader range of modalities than go to a psychologist and have them prescribe you drugs or read from their Marxist book of PC musings about stuff. It very often involved speaking to your elders, speaking to trusted advisors in your community and in your family to help you, and also speaking to religious leaders. And that's something that I think some people who listen to the show may not realize. In no way am I saying that anyone in the Asatru Folk Assembly Gothar are licensed therapists or, imbued by the state with the right to prescribe you mental health solutions. But we are very much empowered by the ICER to do our best to help people with spiritual counseling to help them through the problems they face in their life. And our Gothar spend a lot of their time doing that. I think sometimes people are uncomfortable approaching them because they may not realize, and it's not something that we can often talk about or, go on at length about, because confidentiality is important, not because of HIPAA, but because of not being a dirtbag and us doing our responsibilities as priests. So it's not appropriate for us to advertise all of the hours necessarily that are spent counseling members and non-members with the different things in life that they're going through. But that is very much a traditional role of the Gothar, and it's something that your current Gothar spend, I would say the majority of hours spent doing the job of Gothi are spent counseling AFA members and, surprisingly, members of the broader community that come to us with concerns. It's fun. So I say it's funny or it's ironic. It's not. It's syncretic. When we do this show, it crystallizes a lot of things. It's a conversation Svan and I were having yesterday, I believe, about, someone that he was giving counsel to that approached him with something that wasn't, an AFA member, but just somebody who needed somebody to talk to. And we've seen that a lot. I think all of us have dealt with that. We do our best to provide wisdom and counsel and help if folks will listen. So yeah, I think that, therapy has a clinical meaning within the United States. You're in Finland, it might mean something there. Counseling from people that you trust and people that you recognize as folks worthy of listening to, I think is extremely valuable. I do think that actual clinical therapy is also very helpful, depending upon the context and who is administering it and their orientation. But yeah, we're at a spot where, also syncretically, I mentioned this at the beginning of the program, and I think it's really important. One of the biggest keys to things is living. Our concept of health is built around the idea of wholeness. The more we have to live separate lives and separate existence, we can't be honest with our employer, or you can't be honest with your family, or the more things that you can't be your full self with, the more mentally unhealthy, emotionally, spiritually, and eventually physically unhealthy you are. Because we live in a day and age where we are encouraged not to be able to be vocal about our true selves in so many aspects of so many of our lives, we've seen a great deal of unhealthiness with that. Coming together, bringing your life into focus to where the pieces work together in harmony is a big part of healing. Bringing the ICER and your ancestors into your life, into your family, into your daily existence is a big part of healing. And being part of a spiritual community like the Asatru Folk Assembly in, worshiping with your brothers and sisters in the AFA, seeking counsel of the Gothar, being part of our group gift cycle with the gods is another really important part of that good health. And that's what I got on that. It's fun. Do you have anything to add on that while we're kind of in that?
No, not really. The only thing that hit me was when you said the question out loud, and I was thinking from the questioner, I wonder too if there is a general sense that people who are of the faith of the gods think that they can't show weakness, that they can't show, or that it would be perceived as weakness, and that, and I was just kind of thinking that along the lines, perhaps, and I'm not accusing anyone on here of being like this, but it reminds me of where you might have these kind of shoulder pelt, mohawk ponytail folks who are like, I can't show any weakness to the gods. The gods, I'm going to prove to them that I'm just a badass. And I think that mentality, whether it's major or minor in its evocation of being, is still flawed greatly. I think that one is, a true understanding that the gods see into the very essence of creation itself in Weird, in Orlaw. There's no getting around. They see all of it. So the point is what Allsherjargoði said, you have to bring all of the cords of rope together into one binding, or you will just live a unnoticeable life. That's all I wanted to say on that.
That idea. So a lot of people think like that.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that way with other people too. Truth is one of our core values. Our gods are gods. If you think you can fool them by trying to flex on them and beat your chest and, I don't know, put ash on your face or whatever you're doing, they see you. Be strong in front of the gods if you're strong. But don't be dishonest, because they see whether you're strong or weak. Don't be weak and dishonest. That's a thing. You can be weak and honest about it and wanting to fix it.
Right.
And that's, okay, I can get with that. But if you're weak and trying to sell me something that you don't have and whatever, then you're weak and laughable. Don't compound your problem. But it kind of goes also to his follow-up question. What do you think of antidepressants? I'm asking as somebody who used to take those and have at times wondered if I should still be taking them. Really and truly, and I do mean this. This isn't just a legal caveat. We're not doctors. You may very well have a chemical imbalance that might need some kind of medical intervention to help balance out. I think that it is very easy to take extreme positions because we get frustrated at one or the other. People are very over-medicated these days. They throw pills at you for every possible thing. That is a problem. That doesn't mean the answer is no pills ever for anything. There's no reason to have that extremism. You may have a situation where that's helpful. What I think there's kind of two things. There are permanent, you need to be on a constant dose of something to constantly keep you in a between the lines. That I find more concerning, or there's spot fix things like, okay, well, if I find myself in a really bad spot, I'll break the glass, take this, and it'll get me by, and then I'll move on to the next thing. I tend to favor that approach more if it's optimal. But again, we're not doctors, and you may be in a spot where that's better. What I do think that you got in the chat room that was good pieces of wisdom. Try to fix the stuff that's fixable first and see what that does. Try to fix those things in general, even if you find yourself on medical intervention. Fix the pieces that we talked about to make your life holistic. It's really easy to think of all the ways that you can't, or you could never possibly, or whatever. Yeah, you can. Yeah, but my girlfriend wouldn't understand. She's a Christian and she's a liberal and she's whatever. Cool, get a different girlfriend. That's way easier said than done tomorrow. But a year from now, it's not. A year from now, you'd look back and be like, man, I'm glad I did that before it got worse. Yeah, but my job, my boss, you don't understand. Get a different job. I know that sounds like a big deal, but again, a year from now, you'll be really happy you did. Man, but what about my parents? They don't know I'm Asatru, and they wouldn't know. Be Asatru. Tell your parents. Maybe rough for a while, but likely on the other side of it, they will have a heightened respect for you as a man. They will understand where you're coming from. Even if they don't agree or they don't like it, they will have more respect for it than you being dishonest. And we can tell. It's one of those things with AI. AI gets so good that it's hard to tell, but the things that are an instinctual tell, we can sniff out something's just not right. And if people are not being honest about who they are, something raises our hackles. We may not know what it is, but like something's not right about that guy. You would be surprised on an instinctive level how much of that goes away when you just live right. You're who you are. You're honest about it. There is a natural confidence and a natural perception difference that other people have to you that makes your life better. One of the other things that I'd say about depression, sometimes we mistake real things for mental illness. If you are horribly depressed because your life sucks, you should be. Like, I don't want you to live there and stay depressed, but there are stimulus in life that the appropriate response is to feel bad about. When we try to numb ourselves to natural feelings, that's a concern as well. There's sometimes you need to feel bad because it makes you try to fix yourself so you feel better. There's sometimes you do messed up things and you should feel guilty. There's times to where, something is tragic in your life and you should be sad. So feelings aren't just inherently bad. And sometimes I think we get signals in life that that's the case. So fix the things in your life you can. Fix things with your family, fix things with, if you find things that are messing you up, try to address those first. And, I don't think there's a hard answer. Again, we're not Scientologists. We don't have some, any mental health medication is bad. I don't think that personally. Certainly not. Oh, so, okay. As the position of the Asatru Folk Assembly, we're not going to counter signal your doctors unless they're trying to gender reassign you. We'll counter signal that. But as far as medical intervention and whatever, we're not doctors, and that's not what we're trying to do. On a personal note, I'm not that guy. I'm not anti-pills. I'm not anti-pharmaceuticals. I'm not anti any of those things. Everything is a nuanced choice that you should, think about what you're doing, take advice on what you're doing, listen to your elders, listen to your family. Don't approach your mental health with trying to mask problems. Approach it with trying to fix problems where you can. There might be things chemically that are not fixable outside of medication. I understand that. But there's probably a lot of low-hanging fruit that you can actively engage yourself in making better in your life. And I would always encourage you to fix those things. And that is, there's no downside to that. The answer doesn't have to be either or. It can absolutely be both. And I would encourage it to always at least include actively fixing the things in your life that are making you depressed. Svan, do you have thoughts on that?
The only other thing I would like to add to that is don't discount natural things, because pharmaceutical companies, whether you take an anti stance that they're clearly, affecting doctors, giving them money and what have you, that doesn't mean you're powerless. That doesn't mean you're hopeless. We were speaking earlier about the power of microdosing psilocybic as a form of healing PTSD. Try to look around. There are things that can help you, but if you do find yourself just in the medical route, getting something from a doctor, and it's causing you issues, and you stop it too, I don't think we are against that either. Again, your countenance, your control is very, very important. And if you're starting to have dark thoughts and you didn't until you started taking this medicine, and you're worried, but don't also discount the natural paths that are out there. I'm very much a supporter of those as well.
So yeah, there we have that. And then we have the last question of the night. And it's kind of on a similar theme here. Final question is, I have lustful thoughts that I must choke down. I have a girlfriend that I love, but my mind wanders. I've never cheated and never planned to. Thoughts, any way to tie the lessons to Asatru literature? Svan?
Yes. So we talked earlier about the mythic, allegoric, and greater tale, knowing that Niflheim is the proto, Muspelheim is the fire. There is not an actual tree. It is the circulatory system of the universe. And here's a perfect example that extends that and proves why the stories of the gods passed down to Kvasir were told to our ancestors, and our understanding becomes bigger. And so Fenris, the fen dweller, the wolf of the dark fens, or the dark places, he's brought into the halls of the gods. He's brought in amongst them as a very small, insignificant threat. But over time, as he is fed, he becomes a force, something to be contended with. And when they do bind him, they bind him in the middle world. So they take him out of heaven and bring him into Jotunheim, and they place him around the Black Lake, is what it's in the story. But more so than that, the Black Lake is connected to, and there is a river that springs from him. And that river, or excuse me, the river that he salivates into is called Hope, the River of Hope. So he is poisoning the River of Hope with his salivations as the sword is placed in his mouth. So his consistent kind of infecting of this river of hope, and his abilities are still taking place. And I have always taken that as, especially since the river is literally named Hope. And a lot of people always wondered why is the river named Hope? There's the black lake and the mournful cry, and the stone is the great weight or the great burden, and there's all this, and then all of a sudden there's hope, and it's like, yes, but his saliva is dripping into hope. And that being in the middle realm and knowing that everything from the Vanir flow in and flow out, same with the Jotunheim, flows in and flows out, that means that Fenris's saliva is poisoning even the hope of men. So what it really comes down to is about understanding your wolves, understanding the wolf that is, the wolf that does create this hunger. And I thought of this because you said you had to choke it down. That specific usage of words was like, this is the wolf. And if there are ways that you can deal with this, whether it's, again, reaching out to your Gothar on top of, and I would say multi-tiered, perhaps seeking commonality of folks online. The other is, if it needs to, therapy, or at least talking to someone, counseling. There's a multi-tiered level way that you can address the wolf that is. And the wolf it can be different for different people, because again, the point of the whole entirety of the story is that the poison flows in to people through and stops them or inhibits their attainment towards the wholeness. Even there, while bound, he is salivating and just sliming his way in, this external sense within you that can be bound, that can be removed, but it does take great effort. So from a spiritual context, I do believe that Fenrir is the wolf that creates, or is the source, the cosmic source of a lot of this, whatever it may formulate at, whether it's hyperfixation, whether it's fatal fanaticism for lost causes, or whatever it does, whatever it needs to happen in order to keep the human soul from becoming whole and ascending to the gods. That's all that matters. If you keep the souls away from the gods, they don't have us to help them in the end. So it is important that you address this. I appreciate your candidness on it too, and it is a problem. It is a problem because it's so readily available. And the other thing I would say is to consider if there's a reason for it. Are you feeling this way because perhaps there's something lacking in your life? And I'm not trying to make any accusations, but really looking at these things does require, as Allsherjargoði said, looking at some painful truths. Are you feeling this way because maybe your emotional and physical needs are not being met? Or are they perfectly being met? She's wonderful and everything is fine, and 100% this is coming from within you, and you need to address these issues and learn your ways to bind and move past this, especially in the age of social media or what have you, where it's everywhere. And I really empathize with your question simply because I have sons who are on the precipice of kind of entering into this world, and it terrifies me at the fact that this kind of poison, this saliva of Fenris, can seep in and this hunger can just kind of come out of nowhere on them. And so I think, one, praying to the holy gods, and I also, now I'm thinking as I'm talking, there is no accident that Fenris is opposed or counter in juxtaposition to Lord Tyr. Noble, virtuous, and he is made unwhole by the chaos wolf, the thing that was brought in. There's so much poetic, spiritual, and cosmic messaging going on in that story, but praying to maintain and to break down, find the wholeness and reject the chaos and the poison of it. And that may take multiple steps. And I certainly wouldn't be able to roadmap it for you here, but I think it should be done. I think it's worth doing. And I think the first step is noticing it. And if you've noticed it, then yes, self-reflection on why and where it's coming from, and then moving from there.
So you guys have reached the portion in the evening where you get some wild takes on some of these things. For Svan, it's after 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Me, I'm a bottle of Chianti in. So, but I think these things are related in a lot of ways. First, kind of on the antidepressant thing, I see a little bit of comments over in the chat. Exercise is good and helps. Getting your diet right helps. Getting out in the sunshine helps. Something I found in my life helps a lot. Going to the gym helps me. I think the chemicals of it help, but also just getting in a different environment to where I'm focused on something different takes me out of my stresses of the day, puts me into something where I'm focused on something that I like, around good looking people that are trying to do their best and make themselves, succeed. It's a nice, healthy atmosphere that way for me. Getting out in the sunshine. I love my daughter to death, but I spend a lot of time with a 5-year-old that there was a time in Aubrey's life where, because she was born during the COVID thing, we're like, man, she's a little bit slow to start talking and stuff. Nope, now we can't get her to stop. So there's like a constant stimulus, and it's a lot. And I'm just saying, like, normal life stuff ends up being a lot. Going outside and being to where you do get the sunlight, and that being outside, absolutely real. There's something to that. Somebody over in the chat mentioned, and this is their experience, I'm not discounting it, said that they haven't known people who have been benefited by antidepressants, that they tend to make them very strange and have problems. I don't know people that over the long term are necessarily benefited, but I do know people over the short term that are. And it's kind of what some of my advice earlier, if there's stuff that gets you over a hump or gets you through a tragedy or gets you through a rough patch, I think that there's a lot of room for that. But I think that when you're fundamentally trying to recalibrate, it does different stuff. So like with stuff for ADHD and things, if your problem is you can't focus and you take special mental health drugs to increase your focus, very often you hyper focus and you obsess. Somebody mentioned that antidepressants have a known link to suicidal thoughts and tendencies. And they do, because it's tinkering with brain chemicals for a consistent, like trying to fundamentally alter it with permanency. There's a lot of unknowns and a lot of unforeseen consequence that comes with it. But I have seen, them help immensely in the short term. And we wouldn't ever presume here to give you medical diagnosis or whatever. We're just giving you a little bit of wisdom that we have on it and hope you do the best. I don't think you need to find yourself feeling guilty. You know, try things out and find what's going to work best for you. And I wish you the best in it. There are some suggestions that we have that I hope that, you consider, but everybody's brain chemistry is a little bit different. And I certainly don't look down on anybody for any medical help they may need to get right with that, or for deciding that's not what they want to do. It's funny we're talking about that. It kind of leads into this question about the lustful thoughts. One of the things with Ozempic is we got fatties that don't know when to stop eating, because the natural tendency to know when you're full isn't there. Hunger as an indication of, man, I need to eat some food, that's extremely valuable. But the more we find ourselves in a place of unhealth, to where ravenous desires for things go beyond what's useful, it's worth being aware of that. That's one of the problems. All of those things that helped us biologically when food wasn't readily available and calories were hard to come by, we needed that indicator to keep us out there on the grind, getting healthy and getting full and being big and strong and well nourished. But then when food got so easy to get, we also see that now many of our folk have a struggle of like when to put the fork down, because the same things that served us well in the past don't serve us well now. Your, hormonal drive to like need sexual gratification, need the attention of women, need to get that need filled makes a lot of sense. But now we live in a time where we're bombarded with, infinite free pornography and infinite casual sex options. And I'm not trying to be vulgar. Please don't think that that's my intention. It's not. But our ancestors were in a time where if you were able to find, a young lady that wanted to interact with you romantically, you're fortunate, and that's good and that's awesome. And you can, oh, wait, I found somebody. This chick's all right. This is cool. Well, now we have infinite at your fingertips, swipe left and have, try to hook up with all these different people. And it's very askew to any normal socialization that any of the prior generations of our folk have ever had. So it puts you in a very different spot. And I think that we are always, you want to stay hungry and stay ambitious, because in its best iteration, it makes you want to succeed, makes you want to achieve. It, keeps you striving to be your best self. The same things that are the root of some of that are what make you want to be your best to attract a potential mate, or to be your best version of yourself for the mate that you have. And those are all really good things. But when there's an overabundance, you always feel like you're missing out, or like there's something, man, I just got this one chick here, and then, but wait, I could do better. But there's, I think of all the variety, you'll drive yourself insane with that, and you'll never be happy, because there will always be, we suffer, and this is a real first world problem, but we suffer from far too many options today, to where so many things in our life are disposable. And that's something that we all contend with. And I mentioned it with food with the Ozempic, but I think the same thing is with an overstimulation of sexual stimulus, with the appearance of a marketplace of endless, women that are eager to provide for you sexually, which I don't always think is the case. I think a lot of that's an illusion. Mm-hmm. But it's a very ever-present illusion around us. if you never stop to appreciate what you have and you constantly keep chasing this next thing that you think you have an opportunity for, you rob yourself of the chance to ever enjoy what you have. And you can very well find yourself chasing stuff that you'll never get and spending your whole life chasing and none of it satisfied with where you're at. And have high standards. Like, I'm not suggesting that you need to settle, but you need to pick something and go with it for a while and give it a chance to be successful. One of the saddest things, and I know somebody like this, I know somebody who, they're well into their 50s. I think they're probably getting pretty close to 60. They can't settle down. They're always chasing some new young thing. They don't ever know how to be in a relationship and be happy and be satisfied and, age at all gracefully in that. So they're always chasing and they're never stopping to appreciate what they have. And, that's cool when you're in your 20s. There's something to it when you're in your 30s. It's getting a little bit sketchy in your 40s. It's kind of embarrassing in your 50s. And beyond that, it starts becoming a joke. So that's hard. And I think all these things. You wouldn't have asked the question. The question is more how to deal with it. I think Svan's likening, and you also asked for lore correlations. His liking it with the ravenous nature of Fenrir or most any of the wolves in our lore. The exception being Freki and Gary that are brought into order by the willpower of Lord Odin. And I think that's kind of the story there, is he is such a master of will that he's able to tame these wolves that are ravenous. Finding the willpower to do that's difficult. But I think that the best thing, or the, I guess, most important piece of advice is something that Svan mentioned that, I was mentioning on other mental illness, but it's important. Take a hard look at what's broken. Are you just young and horny and that's just your situation? That's understandable. But look at the situation that you have. Are your needs being met realistically and in a way that can make you happy in the long run? And how do you get there? Is your girlfriend someone that is going to be able to meet those needs in the ways that you need them met for you to have happiness in your life and in your relationship? If not, it's not fair to you and it's not fair to her either. So having those conversations and working that out to where you have a fulfilling situation is important. I don't, you're a guy. I don't think you're ever going to be in a spot where you don't have a certain yearning for variety or, lusting after different things. I think everyone does that to a degree. Noticing whether that is problematic or not is something that you need to have that conversation with yourself internally. And what I've seen a lot of people do is try to be noble in a spot where it's just not going to work. Spend a lot of their life trying to beat a square peg into a round hole, pun not intended, and make both parties unhappy trying to force something to work and then falling short of it, rather than finding something that both parties involved are actively happy, fulfilled, and in a sustainable way to build a life that they're both happy with. I think trying to angle towards that and having a long, hard look at that is your best bet, but it is probably the least comfortable of the options available to you. But that's my thoughts on that. That is our last question of this evening. Thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you for your questions. Thank you guys for being here for all 7 of these episodes of the Völsunga Saga. It's long. Some of our lore pieces are long. I feel the need to mention that and say something about it. It is what it is. But I'm glad you guys stuck with it. I hope it was beneficial to you guys. It certainly was for myself. I have enjoyed this immensely, and I look forward to our next lore episode. I am not sure what we are doing next week. I need to consult Svan, and I also need to consult our new father, folk builder Chris Savage from Michigan. As I mentioned, we're supposed to be doing a different show. He was going to co-host with me, but he just welcomed his little baby daughter into the world, and just yesterday. So he is still getting used to that. I do want him to get on for that show that we were going to have. I think he's the perfect guy for it, and we'd love to present that to you. Be awesome if we can do it next week, but if we can't, we'll figure something else out, and we'll get him on here when we can. But yeah, stay tuned. If you can make it to any or all of the upcoming events, either Midsummer at Odenshof, Sigurblod at Sigurdheim, or Freyfaxi at Baldershof, love to see you there. It's absolutely worth it to make the effort. I hope to see all you guys there. But either way, till next time, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Remember, victory never sleeps.